What if I told you that you're not just living your reality, but literally creating it at every moment? For years, we've kept two great truths separate: the science that explains how the universe works and the spiritual wisdom that shows us who we truly are. But there's a revolutionary meeting point between these two forces, a place where quantum physics and human consciousness intertwine to reveal the greatest secret ever discovered. You are the architect of your own existence. This audiobook isn't just about positive thinking or superficial visualization. It's about understanding the fundamental laws that govern the creation of reality and learning to operate consciously within them. You'll discover how your brain functions as a quantum antenna, tuning into specific frequencies that attract corresponding experiences. You'll learn why your emotions are the language the universe understands, and how to reprogram the invisible patterns that have kept you stuck in the same results. Chapter 1: The Illusion of Fixed Reality. Let me ask you something that might shake the very foundation of how you see your world. What if everything you've been taught about reality is backwards? What if you're not a passive observer navigating through a fixed, predetermined existence, but instead the active architect of every single experience you're having right now? I know how that sounds. Trust me, I do. For most of my life, I believed I was at the mercy of circumstances, genetics, economy, other people's decisions. I thought reality happened to me, not through me, and that belief kept me trapped in patterns I desperately wanted to escape. But here's what changed everything for me, and what's about to change everything for you. Reality isn't solid. It never was. You've been living in what I call the autopilot reality, a programmed existence where you wake up, think the same thoughts as yesterday, feel the same emotions, make the same choices, and somehow expect different results. It's like being stuck in a loop, watching the same movie over and over, wondering why the ending never changes. The truth is, you've been operating from a consciousness that was designed by everyone except you. Your parents, your culture, your past experiences, the media, your education system. They all installed programs in your subconscious mind, and you've been running those programs without even realizing it. This is why you can read all the self-help books, set all the intentions, make all the vision boards, and still find yourself in the same situations. It's not because manifestation doesn't work. It's not because you're broken or unlucky. It's because you've been trying to create a new reality while operating from the old programming. And here's the kicker. That old programming is so deeply embedded that you think it's who you actually are. But something brought you here. Some part of you knows there's more. Some whisper of truth in your consciousness is telling you that the life you're living isn't the life you're capable of creating. And that whisper, that's your quantum self trying to wake you up. Now, before you think this is just another spiritual philosophy or wishful thinking, let me share something that will blow your mind. In the early 1900s, scientists conducted an experiment that would forever change how we understand reality. It's called the double-slit experiment, and it proved something so profound that even Albert Einstein struggled to accept it. Here's what happened. Scientists shot particles of light through two slits to see how they behaved. When no one was watching, the particles acted like waves, creating an interference pattern as if they went through both slits simultaneously. But here's where it gets wild. The moment someone observed which slit the particle went through, it stopped acting like a wave and behaved like a single particle, going through just one slit. Do you understand what this means? The act of observation collapsed the wave of infinite possibilities into one solid reality. The observer literally changed the outcome just by paying attention to it. This wasn't a fluke. This experiment has been repeated thousands of times with the same results. What the scientists discovered is that at the quantum level, the fundamental level of reality, nothing is solid or predetermined until consciousness interacts with it. Everything exists as pure potential, as waves of possibility, until someone observes it into existence. You are that observer. Your consciousness is collapsing waves of infinite possibility into the reality you're experiencing right now. Every moment of every day, you're doing this. The question is, are you doing it consciously or unconsciously? Most people are unconscious creators. They're observing reality through the lens of their past, their traumas, their inherited beliefs, and their cultural conditioning. So they keep creating more of the same. They look at their bank account and feel lack, which creates more lack. They remember past relationships and feel unworthiness, which creates more experiences of unworthiness. They observe their body and feel disease, which perpetuates disease. What you observe, you create. What you focus on, you bring into form. This is not mysticism. This is quantum physics. But here's what your ancestors knew that we forgot. Reality is a field of infinite possibilities, and you have the power to choose which possibility you collapse into existence. Ancient wisdom traditions called it different names: consciousness, divine mind, universal intelligence, the field. Modern quantum physics calls it the quantum field or the unified field, but they're all pointing to the same truth. There's an invisible ocean of potential energy that responds to your conscious awareness. Every culture throughout history has known this. The Vedic texts spoke of consciousness creating reality thousands of years ago. Buddhist monks have been demonstrating the power of mind over matter for centuries. Indigenous shamans have been working with the field of possibilities since the beginning of human consciousness. They didn't have particle accelerators or quantum computers, but they understood something fundamental. Consciousness shapes reality. The problem is, somewhere along the way, we were convinced that we're separate from this creative force. We were taught that we're small, powerless beings in a vast, uncaring universe. We were told that reality is fixed, that we're victims of circumstances, that we need to accept our limitations, and we believed it. We bought into the illusion of separation. But you're not separate from the creative force of the universe. You are it. You're not in the quantum field. You are the quantum field experiencing itself through your unique perspective. Every thought you think sends ripples through this field. Every emotion you feel broadcasts a signal into this ocean of potential. Every belief you hold acts like a magnet, attracting matching experiences. Think about your life right now. Look at your relationships, your finances, your health, your career. Now ask yourself honestly, how much of this reflects what you truly desire? And how much of it reflects your unconscious programming? How much of your reality is a reflection of your conscious choices versus your habitual patterns? This is where most people get uncomfortable, because taking responsibility for your reality means you can no longer blame anyone or anything for where you are. But here's the beautiful flip side. If you created this unconsciously, imagine what you can create consciously. I remember the exact moment this clicked for me. I was sitting in my car, looking at yet another bill I couldn't pay, feeling that familiar knot of anxiety in my stomach. And suddenly I realized I'd been having this exact same experience over and over for years. Different bills, same feeling. Different circumstances, same story. I was literally recreating the same reality repeatedly because I was observing it through the same consciousness. In that moment, I understood something profound. My external reality wasn't the problem. My internal state was, I was living in a constant state of lack, worry, and limitation. And the universe, in its perfect responsiveness, was saying, yes, Here's more lack, more worry, more limitation. It wasn't punishing me. It was simply reflecting back to me the frequency I was broadcasting. That's when everything changed. Not overnight, let me be clear about that. But the shift began the moment I realized I wasn't a victim of my circumstances. I was the creator of them. And if I created this reality unconsciously, I could create a different one consciously. You see, the quantum field doesn't judge your thoughts as good or bad, positive or negative. It simply responds to your dominant vibration. It's like a mirror. It reflects back what you're projecting. When you're vibrating at the frequency of lack, you get more lack. When you're vibrating at the frequency of abundance, you get more abundance. When you're vibrating at the frequency of love, you get more love. When you're vibrating at the frequency of fear, you get more fear. This is why affirmations alone don't work for most people. You can say, "I am abundant," 1,000 times. But if you're feeling lack while you're saying it, if your body is in a state of stress and survival, if your subconscious believes you're unworthy, guess which signal the field is receiving? The feeling, not the words. The state of being, not the intellectual concept. The universe doesn't respond to what you want. It responds to who you're being. This is the secret that changes everything. Right now, in this very moment, there are infinite versions of your life existing as pure potential in the quantum field. There's a version where you're financially free. There's a version where you're in a loving relationship. There's a version where you're healthy and vibrant. There's a version where you've achieved your biggest dreams. All of these realities exist simultaneously as possibilities, waiting for you to observe them into existence. But here's what's been happening. You keep observing the old reality. You wake up and immediately check your phone, reinforcing the habit. You look in the mirror and see the same body, reinforcing that identity. You interact with the same people in the same ways, reinforcing those patterns. You think about your problems, reinforcing the problem consciousness. All day long, you're observing the reality you already know, which means you keep creating more of it. This is the loop. This is the matrix. This is the autopilot reality that keeps you stuck. Breaking free requires something radical. You have to stop observing your current reality as the only reality. You have to stop giving all your attention to what is and start giving your attention to what could be. You have to become so focused on the reality you want to create that your consciousness begins to collapse that possibility into form. Now, I can already hear the skeptic in your mind saying, "But I can't just ignore reality. I have bills to pay. I have responsibilities. I can't just pretend everything is perfect when it's not." And you're right. This isn't about denial or delusion. This is about understanding the mechanism of creation so you can use it intentionally. Your current reality is the result of your past consciousness. It's already done. It's the materialized form of who you used to be, what you used to think, what you used to feel. You can't change what's already manifested by fighting against it or resisting it. But you can change what manifests next by changing your consciousness now. This is where the real work begins. And I won't lie to you. It takes practice, discipline, and commitment. You're literally rewiring your brain, reprogramming your subconscious, and shifting your entire energetic frequency. You're dismantling patterns that have been running your life for decades. This isn't a weekend workshop fix. This is a complete transformation of how you interface with reality. But here's what makes it worth it. Every single person who has ever achieved something extraordinary, who has ever defied the odds, who has ever created something from nothing, who has ever healed the incurable, who has ever manifested the impossible, they all did it by accessing this same quantum principle. They stopped being victims of their circumstances and became conscious creators of their reality. They understood something that you're beginning to understand right now. Reality isn't happening to you. It's happening through you. You're not a drop in the ocean. You're the entire ocean in a drop. The same creative intelligence that spins galaxies, grows forests, and orchestrates the dance of atoms is the intelligence that flows through you. You're not separate from it. You are it, experiencing itself as you. Think about that for a moment. The same force that created everything you see, that maintains the perfect balance of the cosmos, that knows how to turn a seed into a tree and a cell into a human being. That force is your true nature, not your ego, not your personality, not your story, but the consciousness beneath all of that. When you begin to operate from this knowing, when you truly embody this understanding, reality starts to bend. Synchronicities multiply. Opportunities appear out of nowhere. People show up with exactly what you need. Resources flow. Doors open. The impossible becomes inevitable. This isn't magic. This is you finally working with the laws of the universe instead of against them. This is you remembering who you really are and claiming your birthright as a conscious creator. So let me ask you again, now that you know what you know, are you ready to stop living in the autopilot reality? Are you ready to stop being a victim of circumstances and become the architect of your experience? Are you ready to learn how to consciously collapse the possibilities you desire into the reality you live? Because once you see the truth, once you really understand that you've been creating your reality all along, just unconsciously, you can never unsee it. You can never go back to blaming, complaining, or waiting for someone else to save you. You have to step into the full responsibility and the full power of being a conscious creator. And that's exactly what we're going to explore together in the chapters ahead. You're going to learn the specific mechanics of how your brain and consciousness can interact with the quantum field. You're going to discover the exact programs running in your subconscious that have been sabotaging your creations. You're going to master the art of generating the emotional frequency that magnetizes your desires. You're going to learn how to collapse possibilities into reality through the precise alignment of thought, emotion, and action. But it all starts here, with this fundamental shift in perception. Reality is not fixed. It never was. It's fluid, malleable, responsive, and waiting for you to consciously shape it. The old reality, the one where you're powerless and stuck, is dissolving right now. With every word you're absorbing, with every concept clicking into place, with every moment of recognition that, yes, this is true, you're already beginning to vibrate at a different frequency. You're already starting to observe reality through new eyes. You're already becoming the conscious creator you were always meant to be. This is your wake-up call. This is your invitation to step into the greatest adventure of your life, the journey from unconscious creation to conscious mastery. The quantum field is listening. It's always been listening. The question is, what reality are you going to command it to create next? Welcome to the first day of your new existence. Everything that comes after this moment is your conscious creation. Own it, embrace it, and get ready to distort reality in ways you never thought possible. Because you're not who you thought you were. You're so much more, and it's time to prove it. Chapter 2. You are a quantum antenna. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine your brain as the most sophisticated antenna ever created. Not an antenna that just receives signals, but one that both transmits and receives simultaneously, constantly tuning into different frequencies of reality. This isn't a metaphor. This is literally what's happening inside your skull right now. Your brain is processing approximately 400 billion bits of information per second. 400 billion. But here's what will absolutely stagger you. You're only consciously aware of about 2,000 of those bits. Let that sink in. Of the massive ocean of information flooding through you every single moment, you're perceiving less than a tiny drop. Everything else is being filtered out by your subconscious mind based on what it believes is important, what it's been programmed to notice, and what matches your current frequency. This means you're not experiencing reality as it is. You're experiencing reality as you are. You're literally walking through an infinite field of possibilities, but you're only tuning into the narrow bandwidth that matches your current state of consciousness. It's like having access to every radio station in the world, but only being able to hear the one you're tuned to. The other stations don't stop existing just because you can't hear them. They're all broadcasting simultaneously, waiting for you to adjust your frequency. Now, here's where this gets absolutely transformative. You are always manifesting, always. Every single moment of every single day. You are collapsing possibilities from the quantum field into your physical reality. There's no off switch. You're not manifesting only when you meditate, visualize, or affirm. You're manifesting with every thought, every emotion, every belief, and every state of being. The question isn't whether you're manifesting. The question is, what are you manifesting? Most people, and I mean the vast majority, are manifesting by default. They're broadcasting the same signal they broadcasted yesterday, which is the same signal they've been broadcasting for years. They wake up and immediately tune in to the frequency of their problems. They think about what they don't have. They worry about what might go wrong. They replay past traumas. They project future fears. And the quantum field, in its infinite responsiveness, says, "Yes, I hear you, loud and clear." Here's more of that. The field doesn't judge. It doesn't decide you're worthy or unworthy. It doesn't determine whether your desires are good or bad. It simply responds to your vibrational frequency like a perfect mirror. You broadcast lack, you receive lack. You broadcast abundance, you receive abundance. You broadcast fear. You receive experiences that generate more fear. You broadcast love. You receive experiences that generate more love. I'll never forget the day I truly understood this. I was driving to work, stuck in traffic, and I found myself getting increasingly frustrated. As the frustration built, I missed my exit. Then I spilled coffee on my shirt. Then I got to work and discovered I'd forgotten an important file at home. By noon, I was convinced the universe was against me, that it was just one of those days. But then something clicked. I realized that I had woken up already in a state of resistance. I had started my day thinking about everything I had to do, feeling overwhelmed before I even began. I was broadcasting the frequency of stress and chaos, and the universe was matching it perfectly, moment by moment. The breakthrough came when I understood that nothing was happening to me. Everything was happening through me, in response to me. The traffic didn't create my frustration. My frustration tuned me into the reality where I experienced difficult traffic. The spilled coffee wasn't bad luck. It was a perfect match to my chaotic frequency. Every single thing was a mirror reflection of my internal state. This is the power and the responsibility of being a quantum antenna. You're not a victim of random circumstances. You're the broadcaster, and your life is the reception of your own signal. Your brain operates through neural networks, pathways that have been carved through years of repeated thought patterns and emotional responses. Think of them like grooves in a record. The more you play the same song, the deeper the groove becomes, and the easier it is for the needle to fall into that familiar pattern. This is why you keep having the same types of relationships, the same financial situations, the same health issues, the same conflicts. You're not cursed. You're not unlucky. You're simply playing the same record over and over, and your brain has become so efficient at running these patterns that it does it automatically. Neuroscience calls this neuroplasticity, your brain's ability to form and reorganize neural connections. But here's the incredible truth. This works both ways. Yes, your brain has been wired by your past, but your brain can be rewired by your conscious intention. Every time you think a new thought, every time you feel a new emotion, every time you choose a different response, you're literally creating new neural pathways. You're broadcasting a new frequency. You're tuning your antenna to a different station. The quantum field surrounding you right now is teeming with infinite possibilities. There's a version of reality where you're financially abundant. There's a version where you're in perfect health. There's a version where you're in a loving relationship. There's a version where you've achieved your wildest dreams. All of these exist simultaneously as potential realities, as waves of possibility in the field. They're not somewhere far away in the future. They're here, now, in this eternal present moment, waiting for you to tune into their frequency. But you can't tune into the frequency of abundance while you're thinking thoughts of lack. You can't tune into the frequency of health while you're obsessing over disease. You can't tune into the frequency of love while you're vibrating in resentment. This is why so many people struggle with manifestation. They're trying to attract a new reality while broadcasting the old frequency. It's like trying to listen to a jazz station while your antenna is tuned to heavy metal. The jazz is broadcasting. It's available, but you won't hear it until you adjust your frequency. And that adjustment happens in your consciousness, in what you think, how you feel, and who you choose to be in every moment. Let me share something with you about how this actually works at the quantum level. Every thought you think generates an electromagnetic signal. Scientists can measure this. Your thoughts aren't contained inside your head. They radiate outward as energy. Every emotion you feel creates a magnetic field around your body. This has been measured with magnetometers. When you combine a thought with an emotion, you create a specific electromagnetic signature that broadcasts into the quantum field. This signature is like a radio frequency. It goes out into the field and attracts back to you experiences, people, circumstances, and opportunities that match that same frequency. This is why when you're in love, everything seems beautiful. You're not just seeing the world through rose-colored glasses. You're literally tuning into aspects of reality that match the frequency of love. When you're in fear, everything seems threatening. You're not paranoid. You're tuning into aspects of reality that match the frequency of fear. The field is always responding, always. There's not a single moment when you're not creating your reality. The question is whether you're doing it consciously or unconsciously. Here's what most people don't realize. You've been manifesting your entire life. Look around at your current reality. Everything you see, everything you're experiencing right now, you manifested. Not necessarily through conscious intention, but through your dominant thoughts, beliefs, and emotional states. Your relationships are a manifestation of what you believe about love, connection, and your own worthiness. Your finances are a manifestation of what you believe about abundance, money, and what you deserve. Your health is a manifestation of what you believe about your body and vitality. This isn't about blame or shame. This is about empowerment. Because if you created this unconsciously, imagine what you can create consciously. Think about a time when you were so excited about something that you couldn't stop thinking about it. Maybe it was a vacation you were planning, a project you were passionate about, or someone you fell in love with. Remember how opportunities related to that thing seem to appear everywhere. People would mention it. You'd see signs. Resources would show up. That's not coincidence. That's your antenna tuning into the frequency of your desire so strongly that the quantum field had no choice but to deliver matching experiences. Now think about a time when you were consumed by worry or fear. Remember how evidence of your fear seemed to appear everywhere. Every conversation seemed to confirm it. Every event seemed to prove it. Again, not coincidence. Your antenna was tuned to fear, so you attracted experiences that matched that frequency. This is happening all the time. The difference is that most people are unaware of what frequency they're broadcasting. They're on autopilot, letting their habitual thoughts and conditioned emotions run the show. They're letting their past program their future. They're letting their environment control their internal state. They've handed over the remote control of their antenna to everything and everyone except themselves. But you're different. The fact that you're here, absorbing these words, means some part of you is ready to take back control. Some part of you knows that you're capable of so much more than what you've been experiencing, and that knowing is already beginning to shift your frequency. Your brain is designed to help you survive, not necessarily to help you thrive. In survival mode, your brain is scanning the environment for threats, for problems, for what could go wrong. This was useful when we were living in caves and facing actual predators. But now, most of us aren't facing life-or-death situations daily. Yet our brains are still running that same survival program, constantly looking for problems, constantly preparing for the worst, constantly maintaining vigilance against perceived threats. When you're in survival mode, you're not creating. You're reacting. You're in a contracted state, focused on what you don't want rather than what you do want. And here's the quantum truth. The field doesn't respond to your don't wants. It only responds to where you place your attention and your energy. When you focus on what you don't want, you're still feeding energy into it, which means you're tuning your antenna to that frequency and attracting more of it. This is why people who constantly talk about their health problems tend to have more health problems. People who constantly worry about money tend to have more money problems. People who constantly fear rejection tend to experience more rejection. They're not cursed. They're not unlucky. They're simply broadcasting a clear signal, and the universe is responding with mathematical precision. The beautiful news is that you can change the channel at any moment. Right now, not tomorrow, not when circumstances improve. Right now, you can decide to tune your antenna to a different frequency. You can choose thoughts that elevate you rather than diminish you. You can generate emotions that empower you rather than deplete you. You can become conscious of what signal you're broadcasting and adjust it intentionally. Imagine for a moment that you're standing in a room with 100 doors. Behind each door is a different version of your life. Behind one door, you're wealthy. Behind another, you're healthy. Behind another, you're in love. Behind another, you're successful in your career. All of these doors exist simultaneously. They're all available to you right now. But you can only walk through one door at a time, and the door you walk through is determined by your frequency. If you're vibrating at the frequency of poverty consciousness, you'll walk through the poverty door. If you're vibrating at the frequency of disease, you'll walk through the disease door. But if you consciously tune your antenna to the frequency of abundance, health, love, or success, you'll naturally walk through that door instead. You won't have to force it. You won't have to struggle. You'll simply be a vibrational match to that reality, and the quantum field will collapse that possibility into your experience. This is not wishful thinking. This is not positive thinking. This is quantum mechanics. This is how consciousness interacts with the field of infinite possibilities to create specific experiences. You are always selecting which reality you experience based on your frequency. Always. Now here's something that will shift your entire understanding. The quantum field exists in the present moment, not in the past, not in the future. Right now, all possibilities exist right now. This means that the reality you desire isn't something you need to create in the future. It already exists as a possibility in the present moment. You don't need to build it. You don't need to earn it. You don't need to become worthy of it. You simply need to tune your antenna to its frequency and allow yourself to experience it. Most people spend their entire lives chasing the future, thinking, I'll be happy when, or I'll feel abundant when, or I'll feel worthy when. But that's like saying, I'll tune my antenna to the jazz station when I hear jazz. It doesn't work that way. You have to tune to the frequency first, and then you hear the music. You have to become the vibrational match to your desire first, and then you experience it in your reality. This is the secret that changed my life, and has changed the lives of countless others. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. Your external reality is always, always, always a perfect reflection of your internal state. Not what you say you want, not what you think about occasionally, but the dominant frequency you're broadcasting through your consistent thoughts, emotions, and state of being. So if you want to know what you're manifesting, look at your life. It's showing you exactly what frequency you've been tuned to. And if you don't like what you see, the solution isn't to fight against your circumstances. The solution is to change your frequency, adjust your antenna, choose different thoughts, generate different emotions, embody a different state of being. Your brain will resist this at first. It's comfortable with the familiar frequency. It knows how to operate there. Changing frequencies feels uncertain, unfamiliar, even uncomfortable. This is why most people give up. They try to tune to a new frequency for a few days or weeks, don't see immediate results, and slide back to the old familiar channel. But transformation requires persistence. It requires you to hold the new frequency, even when your current reality hasn't shifted yet. Think of it like this. When you plant a seed, you don't dig it up every day to check if it's growing. You trust the process. You water it. You give it sunlight. You maintain the right conditions. And eventually, inevitably, it breaks through the soil and becomes visible. Your desires work the same way. When you tune your antenna to a new frequency and hold it consistently, you're planting seeds in the quantum field. You're broadcasting a clear signal, and the field is responding, organizing circumstances, moving people and events into alignment, preparing the manifestation. But if you keep switching frequencies, if you spend Monday tuned to abundance and Tuesday tuned to lack, if you visualize success in the morning and worry about failure in the evening, you're sending mixed signals. It's like planting a seed, then digging it up, then planting it again, then digging it up. You confuse the field. You cancel out your own manifestations. This is why consistency is everything. This is why your dominant frequency matters more than your occasional intentions. The universe doesn't respond to what you want once in a while. It responds to who you're being most of the time. Right now, as you absorb these words, your brain is already beginning to form new neural pathways. You're already starting to perceive reality differently. You're already beginning to understand that you're not a helpless receiver of random signals. You're a powerful broadcaster, a quantum antenna with the ability to tune into any frequency you choose. Every thought is a choice. Every emotion is a choice. Every moment is an opportunity to broadcast a new signal. You don't have to wait for permission. You don't have to wait for the right circumstances. You don't have to wait until you feel ready. You can start adjusting your frequency right now, in this moment. simply by becoming conscious of what you're thinking, what you're feeling, and what signal you're sending into the field. The quantum field is listening. It's always listening. It heard every thought you had today. It felt every emotion you generated. It received every signal you broadcast. And it's responding right now, organizing your future experiences to match your frequency. The question is, what frequency have you been broadcasting? And more importantly, what frequency do you choose to broadcast from this moment forward? Because here's the ultimate truth. You are not a victim of the quantum field. You are a conscious participant in it. You're not at the mercy of reality. You are reality, experiencing itself through your unique perspective. And when you truly grasp this, when you truly embody this understanding, you stop waiting for your life to change, and you start consciously creating the life you desire. You are a quantum antenna. You always have been. The only question is whether you'll continue broadcasting the same old frequency, or whether you'll have the courage to tune into something new. The power has always been yours. The field has always been responsive. The possibilities have always been infinite. Now it's time to consciously choose what you're going to manifest next. Because whether you realize it or not, you're choosing in every moment. You might as well choose deliberately. You might as well broadcast intentionally. You might as well tune your antenna to the frequency of the life you actually want to live. The field is waiting. What signal will you send? Chapter 3. The Hidden Power of Frequencies. Everything is vibration. Everything. The chair you're sitting on. The air you're breathing. The words you're hearing right now. All of it is energy vibrating at different frequencies. This isn't New Age philosophy. This is fundamental physics. If you could zoom in far enough on any solid object, past the molecules, past the atoms, past the subatomic particles, you'd find nothing but energy in motion, vibration, frequency, movement, and you. You're not solid either. You're a swirling, dancing symphony of energy, vibrating at specific frequencies that change from moment to moment, based on what you're thinking, feeling, and believing. Your body is made of the same atoms that make up stars. The same energy that flows through galaxies flows through you. You're not separate from the universe. You're a unique expression of it, vibrating at your own distinct frequency. Here's what will change everything for you. The frequency you vibrate at determines the reality you experience. Not sometimes, not occasionally, always. Your frequency is like a radio dial, and whatever station you're tuned to is what you'll hear. Tuned to fear, you'll experience fearful situations. Tuned to love, you'll experience loving situations. Tuned to abundance, you'll experience abundant situations. The universe isn't picking favorites. It's simply matching frequencies. But most people have never been taught how to consciously manage their frequency. They wake up and immediately let their environment set their vibration. The news tells them what to fear. Social media tells them what to envy or feel inadequate about. Their job stresses them out. Their relationships trigger them. Their bank account worries them. By the time they've been awake for 2 hours, they're vibrating at the frequency of stress, lack, and survival. And then they wonder why their life feels so heavy, so difficult, so limited. I lived this way for years. I would wake up and immediately check my phone, letting whatever messages or emails were there determine my mood. If there was a problem, my frequency would drop. If there was good news, my frequency would rise. But either way, I was giving my power away. I was letting external circumstances control my internal state. I was a reactor instead of a creator, and my life reflected that perfectly. Constant reaction, constant drama, constant struggle. The shift began when I understood that frequency isn't something that happens to you. It's something you generate. You're not a victim of frequencies. You're a creator of them. Every thought you think carries a frequency. Every emotion you feel broadcasts a frequency. Every word you speak amplifies a frequency. And the quantum field responds to the frequency you're emitting, not the words you're saying or the intentions you're thinking about occasionally. This is why you can say affirmations all day long and still not manifest what you want. If you're saying, "I am abundant," while feeling lack, the field isn't receiving the words. It's receiving the frequency of lack. If you're saying, "I am healthy," while feeling disease, the field is matching the disease frequency. If you're saying, "I am loved," while feeling unworthy, guess which frequency the field is responding to? The feeling. Always the feeling. Because emotions are the language of the quantum field. Emotions are not just psychological experiences. They're electromagnetic broadcasts. When you feel joy, your heart generates a measurable electromagnetic field that extends several feet beyond your body. When you feel fear, that field collapses and becomes incoherent. Scientists can measure this. This isn't theory. Your emotions literally create an energy field around you that interacts with the quantum field, attracting experiences that match that emotional frequency. Think about the last time you felt truly happy, truly grateful, truly at peace. Remember how everything seemed to flow? How people were kinder, how opportunities appeared, how things just worked out. That wasn't luck. That was frequency matching. You were vibrating at an elevated frequency, and the universe was reflecting that back to you through your experiences. Now think about a time when you were consumed by anger, resentment, or fear. Remember how everything seemed to go wrong? How people irritated you? How obstacles appeared? How nothing seemed to work? Again, not bad luck. Frequency matching. You were vibrating at a contracted frequency, and the universe was reflecting that back to you. The universe is a perfect mirror. It doesn't judge your frequency as good or bad. It simply matches it, always. This is the most important thing you need to understand about manifestation. You don't get what you want. You don't even get what you think about. You get what you vibrate. Let me break this down further. There are essentially two fundamental frequencies that all other frequencies stem from: love and fear, abundance and scarcity, expansion and contraction. These aren't just emotions. They're states of being, ways of interfacing with reality, energetic signatures that determine which door you walk through in the quantum field. When you're vibrating at the frequency of love, expansion, and abundance, your body is in a state of growth and repair. Your immune system functions optimally. Your brain releases beneficial neurochemicals. Your heart rhythm becomes coherent. You're literally in a different biological state. And in this state, you naturally attract experiences, people, and circumstances that match this elevated frequency. You don't have to force it. You don't have to manipulate. You simply become a magnet for what matches your vibration. When you're vibrating at the frequency of fear, contraction, and scarcity, your body goes into survival mode. Blood flow moves away from your creative brain centers to your primitive brain. Your immune system weakens. Stress hormones flood your system. Your heart rhythm becomes incoherent. You're in a completely different biological state. And in this state, you attract experiences that confirm your fears, people who drain you, and circumstances that perpetuate scarcity. Not because the universe is punishing you, but because you're broadcasting that frequency and the field is matching it. Here's what most people don't realize. You can't solve a problem from the same frequency that created it. You can't manifest abundance while vibrating at scarcity. You can't heal your body while vibrating at disease. You can't create loving relationships while vibrating at resentment. It's energetically impossible. It would be like trying to tune your radio to FM while only having access to AM frequencies. This is why so many people feel stuck. They're trying to create change while maintaining the same frequency that created their current reality. They're trying to think their way into a new life while feeling the same emotions they've always felt. They're trying to manifest from the frequency of lack, which only creates more lack. It's an endless loop, and the only way out is to change the frequency first. I remember the exact moment I understood this at a cellular level. I was facing a financial crisis, bills piling up, opportunities falling through, stress consuming me. Every day I would wake up and feel that pit in my stomach, that anxiety about money. I would check my bank account multiple times a day, as if staring at the low balance would somehow change it. I was completely absorbed in the frequency of lack. Then one morning, something shifted. I woke up, and instead of immediately going to worry, I asked myself, what would the frequency of abundance feel like? Not what would it look like in my bank account. What would it feel like in my body? And I started to generate that feeling. I imagined I had more than enough. I felt the relief, the freedom, the gratitude, the ease. And I held that frequency for as long as I could. Nothing changed in my external reality that day. My bank account was still the same. The bills were still there, but something fundamental shifted in me. I had discovered that I could choose my frequency regardless of my circumstances. And over the following weeks, as I practiced maintaining that frequency of abundance even when my reality didn't match it yet, things began to shift. Unexpected money came in. Opportunities appeared. Solutions I couldn't have predicted manifested. The quantum field was responding to my new frequency. This is the power you have access to right now. You don't have to wait for your circumstances to change before you can change your frequency. You can change your frequency right now, and your circumstances will follow. This is the secret that most people have backwards. They think they'll feel abundant when they have money. They think they'll feel healthy when their body heals. They think they'll feel loved when they find the right person. But it works the opposite way. You have to feel abundant before abundance appears. You have to feel healthy before your body heals. You have to feel loved before love shows up, because the feeling is the frequency, and the frequency is what the quantum field responds to. Your current circumstances are simply the materialization of your past frequency. If you want to change your future circumstances, you have to change your present frequency. Now I know what you're thinking. But how can I feel abundant when I'm broke? How can I feel healthy when I'm sick? How can I feel loved when I'm alone? This is where most people give up. They think they need evidence before they can feel differently. But the feeling is what creates the evidence. The frequency is what collapses the possibility into reality. This isn't about denial or pretending. This is about understanding that you have the power to generate any frequency you choose, regardless of your current circumstances. You generate fear even when nothing is threatening you, right? You generate anxiety about things that haven't happened yet, don't you? So why can't you generate abundance, health, and love before you have physical evidence of them? You can. You absolutely can. It just takes practice and commitment. The frequency of abundance isn't about having money. It's a state of fullness, sufficiency, gratitude for what is while knowing more is available. It's the feeling of being provided for, taken care of, supported by life itself. You can access this frequency right now by focusing on what you do have, by appreciating the abundance that already exists in your life. The air you breathe, the water you drink, the technology that allows you to hear these words, the body that carries you through life. The frequency of health isn't about having a perfect body. It's a state of vitality, energy, aliveness, appreciation for your body's intelligence. You can access this frequency right now by focusing on what is working in your body, by marveling at your heart beating without your conscious control, at your lungs breathing, at your cells regenerating, at the billions of processes happening flawlessly inside you every moment. The frequency of love isn't about having the perfect relationship. It's a state of openness, worthiness, appreciation, connection. You can access this frequency right now by generating love for yourself, for the people in your life, for the beauty around you, for the very gift of existence itself. These frequencies are not dependent on external conditions. They're states you can choose to embody, and when you do, when you hold these frequencies consistently, the quantum field has no choice but to bring you experiences that match them, not because you're manipulating the universe, but because you're finally operating in alignment with how the universe actually works. Every spiritual tradition throughout history has taught some version of this truth. As within, so without. What you seek is seeking you. Ask and you shall receive. Where attention goes, energy flows. They were all pointing to the same quantum principle. Your internal frequency creates your external reality, not your circumstances creating your frequency. Your frequency creating your circumstances. This is why gratitude is so powerful. When you feel genuine gratitude, you're vibrating at one of the highest frequencies available to you. You're telling the quantum field, I have received, I am abundant, I am blessed. And the field responds by bringing you more experiences to be grateful for. It's an upward spiral. The more you vibrate at gratitude, the more you have to be grateful for. The more you have to be grateful for, the easier it is to vibrate at gratitude. Conversely, this is why complaining is so destructive. When you complain, you're vibrating at lack, at victimhood, at powerlessness. You're telling the quantum field, I don't have what I want. Life is hard. Things are wrong. And the field responds by bringing you more experiences that confirm that frequency. It's a downward spiral. The more you complain, the more you have to complain about. You are always choosing your frequency, whether you realize it or not. Every moment is a choice point. Will you react to your circumstances and let them determine your vibration? Or will you consciously choose your frequency regardless of what's happening around you? This is the difference between unconscious creation and conscious creation. This is the difference between being a victim and being a master. The masters throughout history, the healers, the manifestors, the miracle workers, they all understood frequency. They knew how to maintain elevated states regardless of external conditions. They knew how to hold the frequency of health even when surrounded by disease. They knew how to hold the frequency of peace even in chaos. They knew how to hold the frequency of abundance even in poverty. And the quantum field responded to their frequency, not their circumstances. You have this same power. Right now, you don't need to be enlightened. You don't need years of practice. You don't need to be special. You just need to understand that you are constantly generating and broadcasting a frequency, and that frequency is what determines your experience of reality. So here's what I want you to understand deeply. The frequency of scarcity focuses on what's missing. It sees lack everywhere. It worries about running out. It compares and finds itself lacking. It operates from fear that there's not enough. Not enough money, not enough time, not enough love, not enough opportunities. This frequency creates a contracted state in your body and broadcasts a signal of lack into the quantum field. And the field, in its perfect responsiveness, delivers experiences that match lack. The frequency of abundance focuses on what's present. It sees blessings everywhere. It trusts in infinite supply. It celebrates others' success, knowing there's enough for everyone. It operates from faith that life supports you, that you're provided for, that more is always available. This frequency creates an expanded state in your body and broadcasts a signal of fullness into the quantum field. And the field delivers experiences that match abundance. You get to choose, in every moment, which frequency you're going to embody. Your bank account doesn't choose for you. Your job doesn't choose for you. Your relationship status doesn't choose for you. You choose. This is your power. This is your responsibility. This is your creative authority. And here's the beautiful part. The moment you shift your frequency, you shift your future. Not eventually, immediately. The quantum field responds instantaneously to your frequency shift. It begins reorganizing circumstances, moving pieces into place, arranging synchronicities, preparing manifestations. You might not see evidence immediately in your physical reality because there's a time lag between the frequency shift and the physical manifestation. But the shift has already happened in the field. The reality is already being created. You just need to maintain the frequency long enough for it to materialize. This is why consistency matters more than intensity. It's not about having one peak moment of high frequency and then dropping back to your usual state. It's about maintaining an elevated frequency consistently, day after day, until it becomes your new baseline, until abundance is your default frequency, until health is your default frequency, until love is your default frequency. Your frequency is your power. It's your creative force. It's your direct line of communication with the quantum field. Every moment, you're either vibrating at scarcity or abundance, fear or love, contraction or expansion. And every moment, the field is responding with mathematical precision, delivering experiences that match your broadcast. So the question isn't whether frequency matters. The question is, what frequency are you broadcasting right now? And even more importantly, what frequency do you choose to broadcast moving forward? Because your future is being created right now, in this moment, by the frequency you're embodying. Not tomorrow's frequency, not yesterday's frequency, right now. The field is listening. It's always listening. Not to your words, not to your wishes, not to your plans, to your frequency. What message are you sending? What reality are you calling forth? What experience are you magnetizing into your life through the frequency you're vibrating at in this very moment? You have the power to shift frequencies at will. You've just never been taught how. But now you know. Now you understand. And understanding is the first step. Embodiment is the next. And that's exactly where we're going. Because knowing about frequency is one thing. Living from an elevated frequency is what changes everything. Your frequency is your future. Choose it wisely. Choose it consciously. Choose it now. Chapter 4. The Invisible Code that controls your life. Let me tell you something that might be hard to hear. Most of your life isn't actually yours. The thoughts you think you're thinking, the decisions you believe you're making, the reactions you assume are just who you are. They're not. They're programs, lines of code that were written into your subconscious mind before you were even old enough to question them. And right now, in this very moment, those programs are running your life with stunning efficiency while you remain completely unaware. By the time you were 7 years old, your subconscious mind had already been programmed with the beliefs, patterns, and limitations that are still controlling your life today. Think about that. A child who didn't understand the world, who couldn't think critically, who absorbed everything like a sponge. That's who programmed your operating system. And unless you've done the deep work to reprogram it, you're still running that same outdated software. Your parents didn't mean to limit you. Your teachers, your culture, your early experiences, none of it was designed to hold you back. But they all installed beliefs in your subconscious that now operate like invisible barriers, determining what you think is possible, what you believe you deserve, and how you interact with reality. These beliefs are so deeply embedded that you don't even recognize them as beliefs anymore. You think they're facts. You think they're just the way things are. Here's the shocking truth that neuroscience has proven. About 95% of your daily thoughts, decisions, and behaviors are controlled by your subconscious mind. 95%. That means only 5% of your life is being directed by your conscious awareness. You're like a ship where the captain thinks he's steering, but the autopilot has been on the entire time, following a route that was programmed decades ago. This is why you keep ending up in the same situations, why you keep attracting the same type of partner, why you keep struggling with the same financial patterns, why you keep sabotaging yourself right when success is within reach. It's not bad luck. It's not the universe testing you. It's your subconscious programs running their predictable loops, creating the same results over and over again because that's what they were designed to do. I'll never forget when I first truly understood this. I was sitting across from a therapist complaining about yet another failed relationship, and she asked me a simple question. What did your parents teach you about love? I started to say they taught me nothing about it, but then memories flooded back. My father worked constantly, rarely home, showing love through providing rather than presence. My mother was anxious, controlling, using guilt to maintain connection. And suddenly I saw it. Every relationship I'd ever had was a replay of those patterns. I was unconsciously seeking partners who were emotionally unavailable like my father, and then becoming controlling like my mother to try to keep them close. I hadn't chosen these patterns. I didn't want them, but they were running in my subconscious like background programs, automatically creating the same dynamics over and over. And the worst part, I had been completely unaware. I thought I was making conscious choices. I thought I was trying to create something different. But my subconscious was in control, faithfully recreating what it learned was normal in those early years. This is what's happening in every area of your life where you feel stuck. Your conscious mind says, I want abundance. But your subconscious holds a program that says, money is hard to get, or rich people are greedy, or I don't deserve wealth. Your conscious mind says, I want to be healthy. But your subconscious holds a program that says my family has these health issues, or getting sick is just part of aging, or my body can't be trusted. Your conscious mind says I want success, but your subconscious holds a program that says I'm not smart enough, or success requires sacrifice, or people like me don't make it. And here's the critical thing you need to understand. When your conscious desires conflict with your subconscious beliefs, your subconscious wins. Every single time. Not because it's more powerful, but because it's running 95% of the show, while your conscious mind is only influencing 5%. It's not even close to a fair fight. This is why affirmations often fail. You're consciously saying, I am worthy of love. But your subconscious is playing a tape that says, I'm not enough. You're consciously visualizing abundance, but your subconscious is broadcasting lack. The quantum field doesn't respond to your conscious intentions. It responds to your dominant signal, which is coming from your subconscious programming. Think of your subconscious like a hard drive. Everything that happened to you, especially in those first 7 years, was recorded and stored. Every time your parents said money doesn't grow on trees, a program was installed. Every time you heard life is hard, A program was installed. Every time you experienced rejection, abandonment, criticism, or fear, a program was installed. And those programs are still running, still determining your thoughts, feelings, and actions, still creating your reality. The subconscious doesn't think. It doesn't reason. It doesn't question. It simply plays back the recordings it received. When you were 5 years old and your parents said, "You're too sensitive," during a moment when you were crying, your subconscious didn't evaluate whether that was true. It didn't consider context. It just recorded the program. Expressing emotion is wrong. Sensitivity is a weakness. I need to shut down my feelings. And now, 30 years later, you wonder why you can't connect emotionally in relationships, why you feel numb, why you struggle to express what you really feel. Every limiting belief you have is a program that was installed when you were too young to filter it. I'm not good enough. That's not a truth about you. That's a program, likely installed by a critical parent or teacher. I'll never be successful. That's not your destiny. That's a program, probably installed during a failure that was interpreted as permanent. Love always ends in pain. That's not a universal law. That's a program installed during heartbreak or by witnessing painful relationships around you. These programs feel true because they've been running for so long. They feel like facts because you've experienced them being confirmed over and over. But here's what's actually happening. Your subconscious programs create expectations, which create perceptions, which create experiences, which confirm the programs. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy loop that keeps you trapped in the same patterns indefinitely. Let me give you a concrete example. Say you have a subconscious program that says, "I'm not worthy of success." You're not consciously thinking this thought all day. In fact, your conscious mind probably believes you want and deserve success. But the subconscious program is running in the background, influencing everything. So when an opportunity appears, you unconsciously sabotage it. You miss the deadline. You don't prepare adequately. You say something that turns people off. You quit right before the breakthrough, and then the opportunity disappears, which confirms your subconscious belief. See, I'm not worthy of success. The program gets reinforced, making it even stronger for the next opportunity. You're not doing this on purpose. You're not weak or flawed. You're simply running programs that were installed before you had the consciousness to choose them. And those programs are brilliant at keeping you in your comfort zone, even when your comfort zone is uncomfortable. Because to your subconscious, familiar equals safe. Even if familiar means struggling, suffering, or staying small, your subconscious is designed to protect you, to keep you alive. In primitive times, that meant staying with the tribe, not standing out, following the known patterns, avoiding risk. Those programs made sense when being rejected by the tribe meant death. But now, those same protective programs keep you from taking the risks necessary for growth. They keep you playing small because small feels safe. They keep you in toxic relationships because alone feels dangerous. They keep you in jobs you hate because uncertainty feels threatening. The subconscious doesn't care about your happiness. It cares about your survival. And survival, to the subconscious, means maintaining the status quo, no matter what that status quo is. This is why change feels so difficult. This is why stepping into your dreams feels so scary. This is why every time you try to create something new, you feel resistance, doubt, fear, and the pull to go back to what's familiar. But here's the empowering truth. These are just programs. They're not who you are. They're not permanent. They're not destiny. They're code that can be rewritten. Every single limiting belief, every sabotaging pattern, every unconscious behavior, all of it can be changed. You are not stuck with the programming you received. You have the power to become the programmer. I want you to think about an area of your life where you keep experiencing the same unwanted result. Maybe it's relationships, money, health, career, or something else. Now ask yourself, what would I have had to believe about this area to create these results? Not what do you consciously want or intend, but what belief would explain the pattern you keep experiencing. If you keep attracting unavailable partners, somewhere in your subconscious there's probably a belief about not deserving fully committed love, or that love isn't safe, or that you're not worthy of being someone's priority. If you keep struggling financially, no matter how hard you work, somewhere in your subconscious there's probably a belief that money is hard to come by, that you have to struggle to survive, or that you're not meant to be wealthy. If you keep getting sick, somewhere in your subconscious there's probably a belief about your body being weak, illness being inevitable, or needing sickness to receive care or attention. These beliefs were installed in specific moments, often moments of pain, confusion, or fear. A child who watched their parents fight about money learned, money causes pain. Baby Oma, child who was praised only when sick, learned illness gets me love. Child who was abandoned learned I'm not enough to make people stay. A child who was criticized learned I'm not good enough as I am. These conclusions made sense to a child's mind. They were survival strategies, but they're running your adult life now, creating the exact patterns you're desperately trying to escape. The beautiful and frustrating truth is that you can't change what you can't see, and your subconscious programs are invisible to you precisely because they're subconscious. They operate below your awareness. This is why self-awareness is the first step to transformation. You have to bring the unconscious into consciousness. You have to shine light on the programs that have been running in the dark. Start paying attention to your automatic thoughts. What do you think when you look in the mirror? When you check your bank account? When you think about your future? What stories do you tell about why things are the way they are? These automatic thoughts are clues to your programming. They're the conscious echoes of subconscious beliefs. Pay attention to your patterns. What keeps happening that you don't want? What do your relationships have in common? What cycle do you repeat with money? What health issues recur? Patterns are programs made visible. If you're experiencing a pattern, there's a program running it. Guaranteed. Pay attention to your emotions. Strong emotional reactions, especially ones that seem disproportionate to the situation, are usually old programs being triggered. When you feel that familiar anger, that familiar shame, that familiar fear, that's not about what's happening now. That's a recording from the past, playing in the present. Your subconscious is reacting to old programming, not current reality. Once you start seeing your programs, you can begin to question them. Is this belief actually true? Or is it just something I learned? Does this pattern serve me? Or is it keeping me stuck? Did I choose this program? Or was it installed before I could choose? This questioning begins to loosen the grip of unconscious programming. It creates space for new choices. Here's something that will shift your entire perspective. 95% of who you think you are isn't you. It's your programming, your authentic self, the conscious, creative, powerful being you truly are, is buried under layers of inherited beliefs, cultural conditioning, and survival patterns. Every time you say, I'm just not good with money, or I'm not a relationship person, or I'm not creative, that's not you. That's a program talking. You are not your programs. You are the awareness that can observe the programs. You are the consciousness that can choose to run different software. You are the programmer, not the program. But you've been so identified with the programming for so long that you've forgotten there's a you beyond it. This is why transformation requires more than just positive thinking or conscious intention. You have to go deeper. You have to access the subconscious layer where the real control is happening. You have to rewrite the code, and that's exactly what we're going to learn how to do. Not superficially, not temporarily, but fundamentally and permanently. Your subconscious mind is incredibly powerful. It controls your autonomic functions, stores every memory, runs your body, and interfaces with the quantum field. It's not your enemy. It's actually your greatest ally once you learn to reprogram it. Because when your subconscious beliefs align with your conscious desires, manifestation becomes effortless. When your subconscious programming supports your dreams instead of sabotaging them, you become unstoppable. Imagine what would be possible if your subconscious believed you were worthy of all you desire. If it believed abundance was natural, health was your default state, love was safe, success was inevitable, and you deserved everything good. Imagine how different your life would be if those were the programs running 95% of the time, instead of the limiting beliefs that are there now. That's not fantasy. That's what's possible when you take responsibility for your programming and consciously choose what beliefs you want running your life. You weren't given a choice about the original programming. You were too young, but you have a choice now. You can keep running the old software, or you can upgrade to a new operating system. The question is, are you willing to look at the programs? Are you willing to see how your subconscious has been creating your reality? Are you willing to take responsibility not for installing the programs in the first place, but for changing them now that you're aware? Because once you see them, you can't unsee them. Once you understand that you're running inherited programming, you can't pretend you're a victim anymore. This is the threshold. This is where most people turn back, because it's easier to blame circumstances, other people, bad luck, or the universe, than to acknowledge that you've been unconsciously creating the patterns you're experiencing. But the ones who cross this threshold, who take full responsibility for their programming, they're the ones who completely transform their lives. You are not doomed to repeat the past. You are not sentenced to live out your parents' limitations or your culture's beliefs or your own childhood conclusions. You have the power to reprogram your subconscious mind. You have the ability to install new beliefs that support your dreams instead of sabotage them. You have the capacity to become conscious of the unconscious and choose differently. Your life up until now has been run by programs you didn't choose. But from this moment forward, you get to choose. You get to decide what beliefs you want running your subconscious. You get to determine what patterns you want creating your reality. You get to become the programmer of your own life. The invisible code that's been controlling your life is about to become visible. And once it's visible, it loses its power over you, because you can't be controlled by what you're aware of. You can only be controlled by what remains hidden in your subconscious, running automatically, creating results you don't want while you wonder why life keeps happening the same way. It's time to see the code. It's time to understand the programs. And then it's time to rewrite them, because the life you want is waiting on the other side of your programming, and you've been programmed long enough. Chapter 5. Breaking the addiction to your past. Here's a truth that's going to shake you. You're addicted to being you. Not the you that you could become. Not the you that you dream of being. The you that you've always been. Your brain is literally chemically addicted to your personality, your habits, your patterns, and yes, even your problems. And this addiction is the single biggest obstacle standing between you and the life you want to create. Every morning when you wake up, your brain immediately starts running the same program it ran yesterday. You open your eyes, and within seconds, you remember who you are. You remember your problems. You remember your limitations. You remember your story. And the moment you remember, your brain releases the same cocktail of chemicals it released yesterday. Those chemicals make you feel like you, and your brain, which is designed for efficiency and survival, says, "Good. This is familiar. This is safe. Let's do this again." This is not a metaphor. This is neuroscience. Every time you think a thought, your brain releases chemical signals, neuropeptides and neurotransmitters, that make you feel a certain way. When you think anxious thoughts, your brain releases stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. When you think angry thoughts, your brain releases different chemicals. When you think sad thoughts, another chemical cocktail. Your body becomes so accustomed to these chemical states that it actually begins to crave them. You are literally addicted to your emotional states, even the negative ones, especially the negative ones, because those are the ones you've been practicing the longest. You've spent years, maybe decades, creating the same emotional states over and over. Worry, stress, inadequacy, fear, resentment. These emotions have become so familiar that they feel like home. They feel like who you are, and your body has become addicted to the chemistry they produce. Think about this. When was the last time you went an entire day without feeling your familiar emotions? Without that underlying anxiety you always carry? Without that frustration that's always just beneath the surface? Without that sense of not being enough that colors everything? You probably can't remember, because your brain and body are so addicted to these states that they will unconsciously create situations to trigger them, just to get their chemical fix. This is why you sabotage yourself right when things start going well. This is why you pick fights when relationships get too peaceful. This is why you create drama when life gets too calm. Your body is literally going through withdrawal from its familiar emotional chemistry, and it will do whatever it takes to generate those familiar feelings again. It's not that you want to suffer. It's that your body has become addicted to the chemistry of suffering. And when that chemistry isn't present, you feel uncomfortable, anxious, like something's wrong. I experienced this firsthand when I first started doing deep transformational work. I had spent years living in a state of stress and struggle. It was my normal. Then I started meditating, reprogramming my beliefs, consciously choosing elevated emotions. And you know what happened? I felt worse. I became anxious. I felt like I was losing myself. My body was screaming, "Where are the stress chemicals? Where's the familiar anxiety? Give me back my normal state." It took me weeks to understand what was happening. My body wasn't rejecting the new positive states. It was going through withdrawal from the old negative states. I was breaking an addiction, and like any addiction, the withdrawal was uncomfortable. But I kept going. I kept choosing new thoughts and new emotions, even when my body protested. And eventually my body adapted. It created new neural pathways. It got used to the new chemistry, and the old addiction lost its power. This is what you're up against. You're not just trying to change your thoughts or create new habits. You're trying to break a chemical addiction that your body has developed over years or decades. You're trying to become someone new, while your brain and body are desperately trying to keep you as the person you've always been. Because to your brain, change equals danger. Unfamiliar equals threat. New equals uncertain survival. Your personality, the way you think, act, and feel, is just a state of being that you've memorized. You've practiced being you for so long that it's become automatic. You don't have to think about how to be you. You just wake up and become that person. But here's what most people don't realize. That person you've memorized how to be was created by your past. Every experience you've had, every emotion you've felt, every thought you've practiced has wired your brain into the personality you have now. Your past has literally become your biology. The stress you experienced created neural pathways. The trauma you endured changed your brain chemistry. The beliefs you formed shaped your neural networks. You're not just remembering your past, you're embodying it. Your body has become a living record of everything that's happened to you. And as long as you keep thinking the same thoughts and feeling the same emotions from your past, you keep recreating your past in your present and projecting it into your future. This is the loop that keeps you stuck. You wake up and think about your problems, which makes you feel the emotions connected to those problems, which chemicals your body has become addicted to, which makes you think more thoughts about your problems, which generates more of those familiar emotions, which signals the same genes in the same way, which creates the same proteins, which perpetuates the same state of being. You're literally thinking yourself into the same future over and over again. And here's the most important thing you need to understand. As long as you're living by the emotions of your past, you cannot create a new future. It's impossible, because when you're living in survival emotions, stress, fear, anger, resentment, unworthiness, your body is preparing for emergency. All its energy goes toward protection and defense. There's no energy available for growth, creation, or healing. You're in a state of incoherence where your heart, brain, and body are working against each other instead of in harmony. In this state, you can't access your creative brain centers. You can't think clearly. You can't imagine new possibilities. You can't tune into elevated frequencies. You're stuck in primitive brain function, running survival programs, reacting to your environment instead of creating from your inner vision. You've become a victim of your past, rather than a creator of your future. But here's the empowering truth. You can break this addiction. You can interrupt these patterns. You can choose to stop being the person you were yesterday and start becoming the person you want to be tomorrow. It requires understanding, commitment, and practice. But it's absolutely possible. Because your brain is neuroplastic, it can change, rewire, create new pathways, form new connections. You are not sentenced to be the same person forever. The process begins with awareness. You have to catch yourself in the act of being your old self. You have to notice when you're automatically thinking the same thoughts, feeling the same emotions, doing the same things. This awareness creates a gap, a space between the trigger and the response. And in that space, you have the power to choose differently. Let me give you a practical example. You wake up in the morning, and your brain immediately goes to your problems. Your finances, your relationship, your health, whatever your familiar worry is. In the past, you would just ride that train of thought all the way to the familiar emotional destination. But now with awareness, you catch it. You notice, I'm doing it again. I'm thinking the same thoughts that create the same feelings that keep me stuck in the same reality. That moment of noticing is everything, because in that moment, you're no longer unconscious. You're no longer the program. You're the awareness observing the program. And from that place of awareness, you can make a different choice. You can say, no, I'm not going there today. I'm not energizing that thought. I'm not creating that emotion. I'm choosing something different. This is harder than it sounds. Your body will resist. It wants its chemical fix. Your brain will try to pull you back to the familiar thoughts. It's comfortable there. But every time you resist, every time you choose differently, You're weakening the old neural pathway and strengthening a new one. You're literally changing your brain. You're breaking the addiction. The key is understanding that you're not trying to suppress or deny your past. You're not trying to pretend it didn't happen. You're simply choosing to stop living there. You're choosing to stop letting it define your present and create your future. You're acknowledging that yes, those things happened, but they don't have to keep happening. You're taking back the power you've been giving to your past. Every time you think about a past trauma, you're bringing your body into that experience right now. Your brain doesn't know the difference between a real experience and one you're vividly remembering. It releases the same chemicals either way. So when you replay that betrayal, that rejection, that failure, that hurt, you're not just remembering it. You're reliving it. You're re-traumatizing yourself. You're telling your body, this is still happening, and your body responds as if it is. This is why people stay stuck in victim consciousness for years or even decades after an event. Not because they're weak, but because they keep bringing their body back to the past through their thoughts and emotions. They keep activating the same neural networks, releasing the same chemicals, creating the same state of being. They're addicted to the story of what happened to them because that story has become their identity. I'm the person this happened to. I'm the one who was betrayed, rejected, hurt. And as long as that's their identity, they can't create a new reality. Breaking free requires a radical shift. You have to be willing to let go of who you've been, to become who you're capable of being. You have to be willing to feel uncomfortable as your body goes through withdrawal from its familiar emotional chemistry. You have to be willing to sit in the unknown, in the unfamiliar, in the new, even when every cell in your body is screaming to go back to what it knows. This is where most people quit. The new feels too strange. The unfamiliar feels too uncomfortable. The unknown feels too uncertain. So they go back to the familiar prison. They go back to the old thoughts, the old emotions, the old patterns. And they convince themselves that this is just who they are, that they can't change, that transformation is for other people. But it's not true. They're just unwilling to break the addiction. Your brain has been wired by your past, but it doesn't have to stay that way. Every morning is an opportunity to interrupt the program. Every moment is a chance to choose a new thought, generate a new emotion, take a new action. You don't have to wait for your circumstances to change before you can change. You can change right now, and your circumstances will follow. Think about the person you want to become, not what you want to have or achieve, who you want to be. How would that person think? How would they feel? How would they carry themselves? How would they respond to challenges? That version of you already exists as a possibility in the quantum field. The only thing preventing you from becoming that person is your addiction to being the person you currently are. You've spent years becoming the current version of you. You've thought the same thoughts thousands of times. You've felt the same emotions repeatedly. You've taken the same actions habitually. You've carved deep grooves in your brain that make being this version of you effortless and automatic. But those grooves are not permanent. You can create new grooves. You can build new pathways. You can become someone new. It starts with morning. Before you check your phone, before you think about your problems, before you activate the old program, you take a moment to consciously choose who you're going to be today. You think thoughts that match your desired future, rather than replay your past. You generate emotions that align with your vision, rather than your history. You put your body into a state that reflects where you're going, rather than where you've been. This isn't positive thinking. This isn't denial. This is consciously creating a new neural signature in your brain. This is breaking the addiction to the past by refusing to energize it with your attention. This is choosing to embody your future self rather than perpetuate your past self. And when you do this consistently, something remarkable happens. Your brain starts to rewire. Your body starts to release different chemicals. Your whole being starts to align with the new pattern rather than the old one. The old you will still try to resurface. Old triggers will still fire. Familiar emotions will still arise. But each time they do, you'll have a choice. You can go unconscious and run the old program, or you can stay conscious and choose the new one. Every time you choose the new one, you make it stronger. Every time you resist the old one, you make it weaker. This is how you break the addiction. This is how you become someone new. Your past does not define you unless you keep using it to define yourself. Your trauma, your mistakes, your failures, your pain. They happened, but they don't have to keep happening in your mind and body. You can honor that they occurred without letting them control your present. You can learn from them without living in them. You can remember them without being ruled by them. The person you've been is not the person you have to remain. That's just who you practiced being, and you can practice being someone different. You can practice thinking differently. You can practice feeling differently. You can practice responding differently. And with enough practice, the new version becomes just as automatic as the old version was. The difference is, you chose this version consciously instead of inheriting it unconsciously. This is your declaration of independence from your past. This is your moment to break free from the chemical addiction that's been keeping you stuck. This is your opportunity to stop being who you were and start becoming who you choose to be. Not someday, not eventually. Now, today, this moment, your brain is waiting for new instructions. Your body is ready for new chemistry. Your life is ready for a new pattern. The only question is, are you willing to feel uncomfortable long enough to break the addiction? Are you willing to be someone you've never been before? Are you willing to let go of the familiar you for the possible you? Because the life you want doesn't exist in your past. It exists in your future, and you can't get there by continuing to be the person your past created. You have to become someone new. You have to break the addiction to who you've been and fall in love with who you're becoming. This is not about perfection. You'll slip back into old patterns sometimes. That's part of the process. But each time you catch yourself and choose differently, you're rewiring your brain. Each time you resist the familiar and choose the new, you're breaking the addiction. Each time you choose your future over your past, you're becoming the creator you were meant to be. Your past has held you hostage long enough. It's time to break free. It's time to stop being addicted to who you were and start creating who you're going to be. The prison door has always been unlocked. You've just been too comfortable in the familiar cell to walk out. But you know the truth now, and the truth has set you free. If you choose to use that freedom, the addiction is breaking. The old you is dissolving. The new you is emerging. And your life is about to reflect this transformation in ways you can't even imagine yet. Let go. Let the past be the past, and step into the person you were always meant to become. Chapter 6. Installing New Patterns of Reality. Now that you understand the old programs and the addiction keeping them in place, it's time to talk about what you've been waiting for. How to actually reprogram your subconscious mind. How to install new patterns that serve your dreams instead of sabotage them. How to make your subconscious work for you instead of against you. This is where everything changes. This is where you stop being at the mercy of your conditioning and become the conscious architect of your inner world. Let me be clear from the start. Reprogramming your subconscious is not a one-time event. It's not something you do once and then forget about. It's a practice, a discipline, a commitment to consistently choosing new thoughts, new emotions, and new states of being until they become as automatic as the old ones were. But here's the beautiful truth. Your subconscious mind is actually designed to be programmed. That's its function. It just doesn't discriminate between programs that empower you and programs that limit you. It accepts whatever you consistently feed it. The subconscious speaks a specific language, and once you learn that language, you can communicate directly with it. You can install new beliefs. You can create new patterns. You can literally rewire your brain to support the life you want to create, instead of perpetuating the life you've been living. And the most powerful time to do this work is in the moments between waking and sleeping. Those precious states where your conscious mind quiets down and your subconscious becomes highly receptive. Think about how the original programming happened. When you were a child, especially in those first 7 years, you were in a predominantly theta brainwave state. This is the same state you enter right before sleep and right after waking. In theta, your conscious mind, that critical, analytical part of you that questions and filters, is offline. Your subconscious is wide open, absorbing everything without judgment, without analysis, without resistance. This is why childhood programming is so powerful. It went straight into your subconscious without any filtering. And here's the gift. You can access that same receptive state now. Every night as you fall asleep and every morning as you wake up, you pass through these theta brainwave states where your subconscious is most programmable. Most people waste these precious moments. They fall asleep scrolling through their phone, filling their subconscious with random information, other people's opinions, news about problems they can't solve. They wake up and immediately check messages, allowing the external world to program their internal state before they've even gotten out of bed. But you're going to do something different. You're going to use these powerful threshold states to intentionally program your subconscious with the beliefs, patterns, and identity that align with the life you want to create. This is not manipulation. This is not force. This is simply speaking to your subconscious in the language it understands, during the time it's most receptive. Here's how this works. As you're lying in bed at night, your body relaxing, your mind beginning to drift, you're entering that theta state. Instead of letting your mind wander to your problems, your to-do list, or your phone, you're going to consciously direct it toward your desired reality. You're going to vividly imagine yourself as the person you want to become, living the life you want to live, embodying the qualities you want to embody. But this isn't just visualization. This is full sensory immersion. Your subconscious doesn't respond to abstract concepts or intellectual ideas. It responds to sensory experience and emotion. So you're not just seeing your desired reality. You're feeling it, hearing it, touching it, tasting it, smelling it. You're making it so real in your mind that your subconscious can't tell the difference between the imagined experience and actual experience. Let's say you want to reprogram your subconscious around abundance. As you lie in bed, you don't just think, "I am abundant." That's too vague, too conceptual. Instead, you create a vivid scene that represents abundance to you. Maybe you're in your dream home. You feel the texture of the high-quality sheets. You see the sunlight streaming through beautiful windows. You hear the peaceful quiet of your space. You smell fresh coffee brewing. You feel the deep sense of security, freedom, and gratitude in your body. You feel what it feels like to check your bank account and see abundance. You feel what it feels like to make decisions from freedom rather than fear. You make this scene so vivid, so detailed, so emotionally charged that your body begins to feel like it's actually there. And here's the magic. Your subconscious mind cannot tell the difference between a vividly imagined experience and a real one. When you create this scene with enough sensory detail and emotional intensity, your subconscious records it as an actual memory. It starts to believe, this is who I am, this is what I have, this is what I experience. The key is consistency. One vivid scene before bed isn't going to overwrite decades of programming. But doing this every single night, that's when the transformation happens. You're creating new neural pathways. You're installing new programs. You're teaching your subconscious a new normal. And your subconscious, once it accepts this new normal, will do what it does best: automatically create circumstances, behaviors, and experiences that match this new programming. Morning works the same way, but in reverse. Instead of programming as you drift into sleep, you're programming as you emerge from it. Those first few moments of consciousness, before you fully wake up, before your analytical mind kicks in, that's prime programming time. This is when you choose who you're going to be today. This is when you consciously activate the frequency you want to broadcast. This is when you set the tone for your entire day. Most people waste this moment. They grab their phone. They think about their problems. They activate stress before they even get out of bed. And then they wonder why their day unfolds in stressful ways. But you're going to do something revolutionary. You're going to stay in that threshold state as long as you can. You're going to keep your eyes closed. You're going to breathe deeply, and you're going to consciously generate the thoughts and feelings of your desired reality before you let the external world in. This is not about denying your current circumstances. This is about choosing which reality you're going to energize with your attention. Your current circumstances are the result of your past programming. They're already done. You can't change them by giving them more attention. But you can change your future circumstances by programming new patterns now. And the most effective time to do this is in those threshold states when your subconscious is most receptive. I discovered this principle during a particularly difficult period in my life. Everything seemed to be falling apart. My finances were a disaster. My health was declining. My relationships were strained. Every morning I would wake up and immediately feel the weight of all these problems. I would lie there thinking about everything that was wrong, feeling anxious, stressed, overwhelmed, and surprised. My days unfolded in increasingly stressful ways. I was programming myself for more struggle the moment I opened my eyes. Then I learned about the power of these threshold states. I decided to experiment. Instead of letting my problems program my day, I would use those precious morning moments to program myself differently. I would lie in bed, keep my eyes closed, and imagine myself as the person I wanted to become. I would feel what it would feel like to have my problems solved. I would generate the emotions of success, health, peace, abundance, even though my current reality showed me none of those things. It felt ridiculous at first. My logical mind kept saying, "This is stupid. Your problems are real. Lying here pretending they don't exist isn't going to help." But I persisted. Every morning, sometimes for just 5 minutes, sometimes for 20. I would use that threshold state to install new programming. And something remarkable started to happen. Solutions I couldn't have predicted began appearing. Opportunities showed up out of nowhere. My health started improving. My relationships started shifting. Not overnight, but progressively, consistently, undeniably. What I didn't realize at the time was that I was literally rewiring my brain. Every morning that I chose to think and feel differently, I was weakening the old neural pathways and strengthening new ones. I was teaching my subconscious a new pattern. I was showing it a new normal. And my subconscious, in its perfect responsiveness, started creating experiences that matched this new programming. This is the power you have access to every single day. Twice a day, actually, morning and night. These threshold states are gifts, opportunities to speak directly to your subconscious without the interference of your conscious mind. And the more consistently you use them, the faster your transformation happens. But there's another layer to this that's equally important. You have to become emotionally involved with your desired reality. The subconscious doesn't respond to cold, intellectual concepts. It responds to feelings. This is why people can affirm something 1,000 times and still not believe it at a subconscious level. There's no emotional charge. There's no feeling. And without feeling, there's no real communication with the subconscious. When you're programming your subconscious before sleep or after waking, you have to feel it. Not just think about it, feel it. What does abundance feel like in your body? What does health feel like? What does love feel like? What does success feel like? You have to generate these feelings as if they're happening right now. Because to your subconscious, if you're feeling it, it is happening. And if it's happening, it must be true. And if it's true, it becomes your new baseline. This is why gratitude is such a powerful programming tool. When you feel genuine gratitude, you're telling your subconscious, I have received, I am blessed, I am abundant. And your subconscious accepts this as fact. It doesn't question whether the thing you're grateful for is what you want more of. It just knows you're in a state of having, and it creates more experiences that match that state. So as you're lying in bed, programming your subconscious with your desired reality, you're not just imagining the scenes. You're feeling grateful for them as if they've already happened. You're feeling the joy of accomplishment. You're feeling the peace of resolution. You're feeling the excitement of manifestation. You're generating the emotional state of your desired reality, and your subconscious is recording this as your new truth. There's something else that happens in these threshold states that's absolutely crucial. You bypass the critical mind. During your normal waking state, when you try to affirm something that contradicts your current reality, your conscious mind immediately jumps in with objections. That's not true. Look at your bank account. Look at your body. Look at your circumstances. You're lying to yourself. This critical voice prevents the affirmation from reaching your subconscious. But in those threshold states, right before sleep and right after waking, the critical mind is quiet. The gatekeeper is asleep. Your subconscious is wide open and receptive. This is when you can install new beliefs without resistance. This is when you can speak directly to the part of you that's actually creating your reality. This is when real reprogramming happens. Think of your subconscious like a computer. During the day, it's running all these programs, some serving you, many not. You can try to change the programs while the computer is fully operational, but you'll encounter resistance, errors, conflicts. But in those threshold states, it's like you have access to the system's core programming. You can install new software, you can delete old files, you can upgrade the operating system, and the computer accepts these changes without questioning them. This is not about manipulating yourself. This is not about brainwashing. This is about consciously choosing what you want and programmed into your subconscious, instead of letting it be programmed by default, by your past, by your environment, by other people, by random information you consume. You're simply taking responsibility for your own programming. Now, I need to be honest with you about something. This requires discipline. It requires you to prioritize these threshold states over the easy dopamine hits of checking your phone. It requires you to care more about programming your subconscious than about responding to messages immediately. It requires you to value your internal state more than the external world's demands. And for most people, this is a radical shift in priorities. But consider what you're trading. You're trading a few minutes of scrolling for direct access to your subconscious mind. You're trading the false urgency of messages for the real power of reprogramming your reality. You're trading being reactive to the external world for being creative from your internal world. When you look at it that way, it's not even a question. The threshold states are precious, and you've been wasting them. Starting tonight, you're going to do something different. As you lie in bed, you're going to use those minutes before sleep to install new programming. You're going to create vivid, sensory-rich scenes of your desired reality. You're going to feel the emotions of already having what you want. You're going to speak to your subconscious in the language it understands. Images, feelings, sensations. And you're going to do this consistently, night after night, until these new patterns become your new normal. Tomorrow morning, you're going to do something different, too. Before you open your eyes, before you check your phone, before you let the world in, you're going to spend a few minutes consciously choosing who you're going to be today. You're going to generate the frequency you want to broadcast. You're going to feel the emotions of your desired reality. You're going to program yourself for success instead of struggle, for flow instead of force, for creation instead of reaction. And here's what will happen. Your subconscious will start to accept these new patterns. Your brain will start to rewire. Your body will start to release different chemistry. Your frequency will start to shift. And the quantum field, in its perfect responsiveness, will start delivering experiences that match your new programming. Not because you've manipulated the universe, but because you've finally aligned your subconscious with your conscious desires. The old programs will still try to run. Old patterns will still attempt to activate. This is normal. You've been running the old software for years or decades. It doesn't disappear overnight. But every time you use these threshold states to install new programming, you're weakening the old and strengthening the new. You're creating new neural pathways that will eventually become as automatic as the old ones were. This is your most powerful tool for transformation. Not positive thinking during the day, though that helps. Not visualization when you're fully alert, though that serves a purpose. But deep subconscious programming during those threshold states when your conscious mind is quiet and your subconscious is open and receptive. This is when real change happens. This is when new patterns get installed. This is when you become someone new. Your subconscious has been running your life long enough. It's time to take the controls. It's time to consciously program it with beliefs, patterns, and identity that align with the life you want to create. And the most effective way to do this is in those precious moments between waking and sleeping, when you have direct access to your subconscious mind. Starting tonight, you're the programmer. Your subconscious is the program, and the life you've been dreaming of is the output of your new code. Write it well, write it vividly, write it with feeling. And watch as your external reality begins to mirror your internal programming. The power has always been yours. You just needed to know how to use it. Now you know. Now you can reprogram. Now you can install new patterns of reality, and your life will never be the same. Chapter 7. Emotion. The language of the universe. If I told you that your emotions are not just psychological experiences, but actual electromagnetic broadcasts that shape your reality, would you believe me? Most people think emotions are simply reactions to what happens to them. They think emotions are effects, not causes. But this is backwards. Your emotions are not the result of your reality. They're the creator of it. Emotions are the invisible force that bridges the gap between your inner world and your outer experiences. They're the language the quantum field understands and responds to. Think about electricity for a moment. You can't see it, But you know it's real because you can see its effects. You flip a switch, and light appears. You plug in a device, and it powers on. Emotion works the same way. You can't see the electromagnetic field your emotions create, but you can absolutely see its effects in your life. When you're in an elevated emotional state, opportunities appear. When you're in a contracted emotional state, obstacles multiply. This isn't coincidence. This is cause and effect at the quantum level. Here's what science has discovered. Your heart generates the largest electromagnetic field in your body, about 5,000 times stronger than the field produced by your brain. And this field extends several feet beyond your physical body, interacting with the quantum field around you. When you feel elevated emotions like love, gratitude, joy, or inspiration, this electromagnetic field becomes coherent, organized, powerful. It broadcasts a clear signal into the quantum field, and the field responds by organizing circumstances, people, and events that match that emotional frequency. When you feel survival emotions like fear, anger, resentment, or shame, your heart's electromagnetic field becomes incoherent, chaotic, weak. You're broadcasting static instead of a clear signal, and the quantum field responds with experiences that match that incoherence: confusion, conflict, obstacles, challenges. You're not being punished. The universe isn't against you. You're simply getting a perfect reflection of the signal you're broadcasting. Most people have this completely backwards. They think, I'll feel grateful when I get the money. I'll feel joyful when I meet the right person. I'll feel peaceful when my problems are solved. But the quantum field doesn't work that way. The feeling comes first. The feeling is what creates the reality. You have to generate the emotion of having what you want before you actually have it. This is not pretending. This is not denial. This is understanding how creation actually works at the quantum level. Let me tell you about the moment this clicked for me in a way that changed my life forever. I was going through a brutal financial period. Every day was stress. Every bill was anxiety. Every check of my bank account was panic. I was in a constant state of emotional contraction, feeling fear about money all day long. And predictably, more financial problems kept appearing. Unexpected expenses, lost opportunities, deals falling through. I was caught in a perfect downward spiral, and I couldn't see that I was creating it with my emotional state. Then I had a realization that felt like getting hit by lightning. I understood that my emotional state of lack was the very thing creating more lack. I was broadcasting financial anxiety into the quantum field, and the field was delivering experiences that matched that frequency. I was literally manifesting more problems through my emotional state. The circumstances weren't creating my emotions. My emotions were creating my circumstances. So I did something radical. Despite having very real financial pressures, despite the bills being actually due, despite the situation being objectively stressful, I decided to change my emotional state first. Not after things improved. Before, I started practicing feeling abundant, even when my bank account said otherwise. I would sit quietly and generate the feeling of financial freedom in my body. The relief, the ease, the gratitude, the security. I would feel it as if it were already true. My logical mind fought this like crazy. This is stupid. The bills are real. Feeling abundant isn't going to pay them. But I kept practicing. Every day, multiple times a day, I would consciously generate elevated emotions around money. And here's what happened. Within weeks, money started flowing in from unexpected sources. A client I hadn't heard from in years reached out with a project. An unexpected refund arrived. Someone paid back a loan I'd forgotten about. Opportunities appeared that weren't there before. Nothing changed in the external world first. I changed my emotional state first, and the external world reorganized itself to match my new emotional broadcast. This is the power of emotion. This is how the quantum field works, and this is what most people never understand. The emotion is not the result of manifestation. The emotion is the cause of manifestation. Your brain can think about what you want all day long. You can visualize, you can affirm, you can make vision boards, but if you're not emotionally aligned with your desire, if you're not feeling the way you would feel if you already had it, you're not broadcasting the right signal. You're like a radio station trying to transmit music through words on a page. The music is in the feeling, not the description. This is why some people can manifest easily, and others struggle despite doing all the right things. The ones who manifest easily know how to generate and maintain elevated emotional states. They know how to feel abundant before they have abundance. They know how to feel loved before they find love. They know how to feel successful before they achieve success. They understand that the feeling is the fuel, the broadcast, the magnetic force that pulls the desired reality into existence. Let me break down what I mean by elevated emotions versus survival emotions. Survival emotions are rooted in the past or focused on threats, stress, fear, anger, resentment, guilt, shame, unworthiness. These emotions put your body into a state of protection and defense. Your energy contracts. Your heart field becomes incoherent. You broadcast a frequency of lack, danger, and limitation. And the quantum field, in its perfect responsiveness, delivers experiences that match those frequencies. Elevated emotions are rooted in the present and future possibilities. Love, gratitude, joy, inspiration, freedom, empowerment, worthiness. These emotions put your body into a state of growth and creation. Your energy expands. Your heart field becomes coherent. You broadcast a frequency of abundance, safety, and possibility. And the quantum field delivers experiences that match those frequencies. You cannot create a new future while living in survival emotions. It's energetically impossible, because survival emotions are designed to keep you safe by keeping you the same. They pull your energy into the past, into protection, into contraction. There's no creative power there. There's no manifestation power there. You're in defense mode, not creation mode. But when you consciously generate elevated emotions, when you feel grateful for no reason, when you feel love without an object, when you feel joy independent of circumstances, you're in creation mode. You're broadcasting a frequency that says, I am abundant, I am blessed, I am powerful. And the quantum field responds accordingly. Here's the practice that will change everything for you. Stop waiting for something outside of you to make you feel a certain way. Stop postponing your elevated emotions until your circumstances change. Start generating those emotions now, independent of what's happening around you. This is not toxic positivity. This is not bypassing real problems. This is understanding that your emotional state is the creative force, and you have the power to choose it at any moment. You can feel grateful right now. You don't need anything to happen first. You can feel love right now. You don't need anyone to give it to you first. You can feel abundant right now. You don't need money in your account first. You can feel successful right now. You don't need achievements first, because the feeling is what creates the thing, not the other way around. This requires practice, because you've been conditioned to let your circumstances determine your emotions. Something good happens, you feel good. Something bad happens, you feel bad. You've been reactive instead of creative, but you're learning now that you can be the cause of your emotional state, rather than the effect of your circumstances. You can generate any emotion you choose, any time you choose, regardless of what's happening around you. Let me give you a concrete example of how to do this. Let's say you want to manifest financial abundance. Instead of waiting until you have money to feel abundant, you're going to practice feeling abundant right now. Close your eyes and imagine checking your bank account and seeing the number you desire. Don't just see it, feel it. Feel the wave of relief washing over you. Feel the tension leaving your shoulders. Feel the smile spreading across your face. Feel the gratitude bubbling up in your chest. Feel the security settling into your body. Feel the freedom expanding in your mind. Make this feeling so vivid, so real, so tangible, that your body believes it's happening right now. Your heart starts beating differently. Your breath changes. Your muscles relax. Your chemistry shifts. You're not pretending. You're genuinely generating the emotional state of having what you desire. And your heart, in response, broadcasts this coherent electromagnetic signal into the quantum field. The field doesn't know whether you're feeling abundant because you have money or feeling abundant because you chose to generate that emotion. It only knows the frequency you're broadcasting, and it responds to that frequency. This is the secret that masters of manifestation understand. They don't wait for evidence to feel a certain way. They generate the feeling first, and the evidence follows. They become emotionally aligned with their desire before it manifests physically. They know how to be in the energy of having while still in the physical state of wanting. And this alignment is what collapses the quantum possibility into physical reality. Your emotions are magnetic. When you feel lack, you magnetize more experiences of lack. When you feel abundance, you magnetize more experiences of abundance. When you feel unworthiness, you magnetize relationships and situations that confirm unworthiness. When you feel worthy, you magnetize relationships and situations that reflect worthiness. This is not metaphor. This is quantum mechanics. You are literally drawing to you experiences that match your emotional frequency. Now here's something important. You can't fake this. You can't intellectually think, I should feel grateful, while your body is in a state of stress. You can't say words of abundance while your heart is broadcasting lack. The universe doesn't respond to your words or your thoughts. It responds to your state of being, which is reflected in your emotional broadcast. You have to genuinely feel it. You have to embody it. You have to become it. This is why meditation and breath work are so powerful for manifestation. They're not just relaxation techniques. They're tools for shifting your emotional state. When you slow down your breath, when you quiet your mind, when you drop into your heart, you create space to consciously choose your emotional state. You disconnect from the reactive patterns that keep you in survival emotions. You access the creative power that lives in elevated emotions. Think about the last time you felt truly elevated. Maybe you were in nature, or you fell in love, or you experienced a moment of profound gratitude or awe. Remember how everything seemed possible in that state. Remember how problems seemed smaller. Remember how life seemed to flow more easily. That's because in that elevated emotional state, you are broadcasting a powerful, coherent frequency, and the quantum field was responding with experiences that matched it. You can access that state intentionally. You don't have to wait for circumstances to elevate you. You can elevate yourself through conscious choice, and when you do this consistently, when you make elevated emotions your default state rather than your occasional experience, your entire reality shifts, not someday. Not eventually, progressively, consistently, and undeniably. Here's a practice that will transform your manifestation ability. Before you go about creating or working toward what you want, get into the emotional state of already having it. Don't take action from lack, from desperation, from need. Take action from abundance, from inspiration, from overflow. The actions you take from an elevated emotional state are completely different from the actions you take from survival emotions, and they produce completely different results. When you send that email from a state of desperation, people feel it. When you go to that meeting from a state of unworthiness, people sense it. When you create from a state of fear, it shows in your work. But when you send that email from a state of abundance, when you attend that meeting from a state of worthiness, when you create from a state of love, everything changes. Your energy is different. Your presence is different. Your results are different. The quantum field is always listening to your emotional broadcast. It's responding in every moment. The question is, what are you broadcasting? What emotional frequency are you living in most of the time? Because that frequency is creating your reality with mathematical precision. Not your wishes, not your hopes, not your occasional positive thoughts. Your dominant emotional state. This is why you can have all the knowledge in the world and still not manifest what you want. Knowledge without emotional alignment is powerless. You can understand quantum physics, manifestation principles, and universal laws intellectually, but if you're emotionally aligned with lack, fear, and limitation, that's what you'll create. The universe doesn't respond to what you know. It responds to what you feel. Your emotions are your superpower. They're your direct line to the quantum field. They're the language the universe speaks and understands. Every elevated emotion you generate is a command to the field. Every survival emotion you perpetuate is also a command to the field. You're always commanding. The only question is, what are you commanding? Starting right now, you're going to become conscious of your emotional state throughout the day. You're going to notice when you drop into survival emotions. And instead of judging yourself or trying to suppress them, you're going to consciously shift into elevated emotions. You're going to practice feeling the way you want to feel, regardless of your circumstances. You're going to generate gratitude, love, joy, abundance, and worthiness as conscious choices, not as reactions to favorable conditions. This is the practice. This is the work. This is what separates those who manifest powerfully from those who struggle endlessly. Not intelligence, not circumstances, not luck. Emotional mastery. The ability to generate and maintain elevated emotional states independent of external conditions. The discipline to feel abundant before you have abundance, to feel loved before you find love, to feel successful before you achieve success. Your emotions are not the result of your life. Your emotions are the creator of your life. Every feeling you generate is a broadcast into the quantum field. Every emotional state you maintain is a frequency the universe is matching. You are always manifesting. The question is, are you manifesting from survival emotions or elevated emotions? Are you broadcasting lack or abundance? Are you commanding more of what you don't want or more of what you do want? The power is in your hands. Or more accurately, the power is in your heart. Your heart's electromagnetic field is your creative force. Your emotions are your manifestation tool, and you have complete control over them. Not control in the sense of suppressing or denying them, but control in the sense of consciously choosing them, generating them, maintaining them. Feel it first. Feel it now. Feel it before you see it. Feel it until you become it. This is the practice. This is the secret. This is the language the universe speaks. And when you master this language, when you become fluent in the communication of elevated emotions, you become a conscious creator of unprecedented power. Your reality is about to shift, not because your circumstances are changing, but because your emotional broadcast is changing. And when your emotional broadcast changes, your circumstances have no choice but to follow. The field is listening. What emotion are you speaking? Chapter 8. The State of Being of Abundance. There's a profound difference between wanting something and being someone. Most people spend their entire lives wanting more money, wanting better health, wanting loving relationships, wanting success. And that wanting, that perpetual state of desire from a place of lack, is exactly what keeps them from having. Because wanting, by its very nature, implies not having. And the quantum field doesn't respond to what you want. It responds to who you are being. Let me make this crystal clear. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. If you are being someone who wants abundance, you'll continue to experience wanting. If you are being someone who has abundance, you'll experience having. This isn't wordplay. This is the fundamental difference between those who manifest their desires and those who spend years chasing them without ever catching up. The state of being is more than your thoughts. It's more than your emotions. It's the complete embodiment of an identity. How you think, how you feel, how you carry yourself, how you respond to life, how you show up in the world. It's your frequency, your vibration, your energetic signature. And this signature is what the quantum field reads and matches, not your wishes, not your goals, not your vision boards, your state of being. Think about someone you know who seems naturally abundant. Not necessarily the richest person you know, but someone who carries an energy of abundance. They're not stressed about money. They're generous. They expect things to work out. They trust in life's provision. They make decisions from a place of sufficiency rather than scarcity. That's not a personality trait they were born with. That's a state of being they embody. And notice how opportunities seem to find them. Notice how money flows more easily to them. That's not luck. That's frequency matching. Now think about someone who's constantly struggling, no matter how hard they work. They worry about money. They hold on to things tightly. They expect problems. They make decisions from fear of not having enough. They're being someone in a state of scarcity, and the quantum field, in its perfect mirroring, delivers experiences that match that state. They're not being punished. They're not cursed. They're simply getting a perfect reflection of their state of being. The most important question you can ask yourself is not, what do I want? But who do I need to become to have what I want? Because the version of you that wants abundance but doesn't have it is not the same version of you that has abundance. There's a different way of being, a different frequency, a different identity, and you have to become that version before the manifestation appears. This is what I call living from the end, instead of living toward the end. Most people live toward their goals. They're constantly reaching, striving, working to get there. And that very orientation keeps them in a state of not having it yet. But when you live from the end, when you embody the state of being of already having it, you collapse the timeline. You step into the reality where it already exists. You become a frequency match for the manifestation. Let me tell you about a period in my life when I truly understood this principle at a cellular level. I had been working toward a specific goal for years. I was doing all the right things, setting intentions, taking action, staying focused. But I was always oriented toward it as something in my future. I was being someone who was working toward the goal, someone who didn't have it yet, but was trying to get it. And predictably, it stayed perpetually in my future, always just out of reach. Then I had an insight that changed everything. I realized that as long as I was being someone who was working toward the goal, I would never arrive. Because working toward is a state of being that exists in the gap between here and there. It's a frequency of not having it yet. And the quantum field was matching that frequency perfectly by keeping the goal in my future. So I did something radical. I decided to be someone who already had it, not to pretend, not to lie to myself, but to genuinely embody the state of being that would be natural if the goal had already been achieved. I asked myself, how would I think if this was already done? How would I feel? How would I carry myself? What decisions would I make? How would I spend my time? What would I stop worrying about? What would I start enjoying? And I became that person, not someday, right then. I shifted my entire state of being from working toward to already being. I stopped checking for evidence. I stopped measuring progress. I stopped living in the gap. I simply became the version of me that already had what I desired. And within a remarkably short time, weeks, not years, the manifestation appeared. Not because I forced it, not because I worked harder, because I finally became a frequency match for it. This is the paradox of manifestation that most people can't wrap their heads around. You have to be it before you see it. You have to embody the state before you experience the circumstances. You have to become the person who has it, while your current reality still shows you that you don't. This requires a level of faith and commitment that most people aren't willing to give. It's easier to wait for evidence. It's safer to remain in the familiar state of wanting. But that's exactly why most people never manifest what they truly desire. The state of being of abundance is not about having a lot of money in your bank account. It's about feeling internally wealthy regardless of external circumstances. It's a sense of sufficiency, of being provided for, of trusting in life's flow. It's making decisions from fullness rather than emptiness. It's being generous because you know there's always more. It's feeling grateful for what you have while remaining open to more. It's the absence of anxiety around money. It's the presence of freedom and ease. You can access this state right now. You don't need to wait until you're actually wealthy. You don't need permission from your bank account. You don't need external validation. You simply need to choose it. You need to step into it. You need to embody it. And the way you do this is by asking yourself constantly, what would the abundant version of me think right now? What would they feel? How would they respond to this situation? What choice would they make? Every moment is an opportunity to be abundant or be scarce. When you're paying a bill, you can be in a state of scarcity. There goes more money. I don't have enough. This is draining me. Or you can be in a state of abundance. I'm grateful I have the money to pay this. I'm grateful for the service this provides. More is always flowing to me. Same action, completely different state of being. And that state of being is what determines your future experiences with money. When someone asks you for something, you can respond from scarcity. I need to hold on to what I have. I can't give this away. What if I need it later? Or from abundance. I love being able to give. There's always more. What I give flows back to me multiplied. Same situation, different state of being. And over time, these choices compound. The person being abundant attracts more abundance. The person being scarce attracts more scarcity. Not because the universe is rewarding or punishing them, but because the field is matching their state of being. This applies to every area of life, not just money. The state of being of health is not about having a perfect body. It's about trusting your body's intelligence, appreciating its constant work, believing in its ability to heal and thrive. The state of being of love is not about having the perfect partner. It's about feeling worthy of love, being open and vulnerable, trusting in connection, believing you're enough as you are. Here's what most people miss. Your current circumstances were created by your past state of being. They're already done. They're the materialized form of who you used to be. You can't change them by focusing on them, analyzing them, or fighting against them. But you can change your future circumstances by changing your current state of being. And that starts with a choice, right now, to be different. The abundant person doesn't wait to feel abundant until they see abundance. They choose to feel abundant now. and abundance appears as a result. The healthy person doesn't wait to feel healthy until their body heals. They choose to embody health now, and healing occurs as a result. The loved person doesn't wait to feel loved until someone loves them. They choose to feel worthy of love now, and love shows up as a result. This is living from the end. This is being the person who has it while your reality is still catching up. This is the state of being that collapses possibilities into reality, and it requires something that might feel uncomfortable at first. You have to stop living in the gap. You have to stop measuring the distance between where you are and where you want to be. You have to stop checking for evidence that it's working. You have to simply be the person who has it and trust that the manifestation is inevitable. The gap is where most people lose their manifestation. They start embodying the new state of being, but then they check their bank account and see it hasn't changed yet. They look at their body and see it's still the same. They evaluate their relationship status and see they're still alone. And in that moment of checking, they fall back into the old state of being. They return to lack, to wanting, to the frequency of not having it yet. And the manifestation, which was on its way, gets cancelled by the frequency shift. You have to maintain the state of being regardless of current evidence. This is the ultimate test of faith. This is where your commitment is proven. Can you be abundant when your account is empty? Can you be healthy when your body shows symptoms? Can you be loved when you're alone? Not as denial, not as pretending, but as genuine embodiment of the state, knowing that the physical reality is simply catching up to your energetic state. There's a concept in quantum physics called superposition, where a particle exists in all possible states simultaneously until it's observed. Your desired reality exists right now in superposition. It's already there as a possibility in the quantum field. The way you collapse it from possibility into physical reality is through observation, but not the kind of observation where you look at your current circumstances, the kind of observation where you consistently hold the frequency of the desired state through your being. When you are being abundant, you're observing the abundant reality in the quantum field. You're giving it attention, energy, focus through your state of being. And the more consistently you hold that observation, the more that reality solidifies and materializes in your physical experience. But every time you check your current circumstances and react to them by returning to the old state of being, you're shifting your observation back to the old reality. You're recollapsing it. This is why consistency is everything. You can't be abundant on Monday and scarce on Tuesday and wonder why nothing's changing. You can't embody health in the morning and disease in the evening and expect healing. You can't feel worthy at home and unworthy at work and attract loving relationships. Your state of being needs to become your default, your baseline, your new normal. Not perfect, but dominant. Not every second, but most of the time. And here's the beautiful part. The more you practice being in the desired state, the easier it becomes. At first, it takes conscious effort. You have to remember to choose the abundant state. You have to deliberately generate the feelings. You have to intentionally think the thoughts. But over time, it becomes natural. The new neural pathways strengthen. The new emotional patterns become automatic. The new state of being becomes who you are, not something you're trying to be. I want you to think about your biggest desire right now. Really feel into it. Now I want you to imagine that you already have it. It's done. It's yours. It happened. How would you be different right now if that were true? What would you stop worrying about? what would you start enjoying? How would your posture change? How would your breathing change? What decisions would you make differently today? How would you interact with people? What would you think about as you fall asleep? Tonight? Now here's the practice. Become that person, not tomorrow. Not when you see evidence, right now. Make the choice to be the person who already has it. Embody that state. Think those thoughts. Feel those feelings. Make those decisions. Carry yourself that way. Interact from that state. Live from that identity. Not as a technique, not as manipulation, but as a genuine shift in your state of being. This will feel strange at first. Your logical mind will protest. Your current circumstances will seem to contradict it. Your old programming will try to pull you back, but you have to stay committed to the new state of being. You have to keep choosing it over and over, regardless of what you see around you, because what you see around you is the old reality created by the old state of being. The new reality is being born from your new state of being, and it takes time to materialize in physical form. The quantum field is not linear. It doesn't work on your timeline, but it is responsive. It is always matching your state of being. If you maintain the state of being of abundance for long enough, abundance must manifest. It's a law, as reliable as gravity, not because the universe owes you anything, but because that's how the mechanics of reality work. State of being creates frequency. Frequency attracts matching experiences. It's that simple and that profound. Stop wanting and start being. Stop reaching and start embodying. Stop living toward your goal and start living from your goal. Be the person who has it. Think like them. Feel like them. Decide like them. Act like them. And watch as the quantum field reorganizes your reality to match this new state of being. The abundant you already exists in the field of possibilities. The healthy you. The loved you. The successful you. They're not someday versions. They're right now versions, existing in quantum superposition, waiting for you to collapse them into your reality through the power of your consistent state of being. Who are you being right now? Is it the person who has what you desire, or the person who wants what you desire? Because that choice, made consistently, is creating your reality. Choose wisely. Choose powerfully. Choose the state of being that matches your dreams, and watch as your dreams materialize into your experience. This is not hoping. This is not wishing. This is not positive thinking. This is quantum creation through the power of state of being, and you have complete control over it. Right now, in this moment, who do you choose to be? Chapter 9. Collapsing possibilities into reality. Now we arrive at the moment where everything comes together. You understand that you're a quantum antenna broadcasting frequencies. You've learned to reprogram your subconscious. You've mastered generating elevated emotions. You've embodied the state of being of your desired reality. Now it's time to understand the precise mechanism by which these elements combine to collapse quantum possibilities into physical manifestations. This is where theory becomes practice. This is where understanding becomes creation. The quantum field is infinite potential. Every possible version of your life exists there simultaneously as waves of possibility. The version where you're abundant, the version where you're healthy, the version where you're in love, the version where you've achieved your dreams. None of these are more or less real than the others. They all exist with equal potential, waiting for one thing: your attention, your energy, your frequency to collapse them from waveform into particle form, from possibility into reality. This is not metaphysical speculation. This is what the double-slit experiment proved. A particle exists as a wave of all possibilities until the moment it's observed, at which point it collapses into a single, specific reality. You are the observer. Your consciousness is what collapses possibilities, and the specific reality you collapse is determined by your frequency, the combination of your thoughts, emotions, and state of being. But here's what most people miss. Collapsing a possibility into reality requires more than just one of these elements. It requires all three working in perfect alignment. Clear thought, plus elevated emotion, plus aligned action. This is the formula. This is the trinity of manifestation. Leave out any one element, and you'll struggle. Combine all three consistently, and manifestation becomes inevitable. Let me break this down. Clear thought is your intention, your vision, your specific desire. It's knowing exactly what you want and why you want it. Not vague wishes or general hopes, but crystallized clarity. I want to be happy is too vague. I want to feel financially free, living in a home I love, doing work that fulfills me, surrounded by people who appreciate me. That's clear. The quantum field responds to specificity because specificity focuses your energy like a laser instead of scattering it like a flashlight. Elevated emotion is the fuel, the power source, the magnetic force. It's feeling now the way you would feel if you already had what you desire. Not the emotion of wanting it, but the emotion of having it. This is where most people stumble. They think clearly about what they want, but they feel the lack of it. They visualize abundance while feeling poor. They imagine health while feeling sick. And this emotional contradiction cancels out the clear thought. The field receives mixed signals and delivers mixed results. Aligned action is the physical expression of your new frequency. It's moving through the world as the person who already has what you desire. It's making decisions from your new state of being. It's responding to opportunities that match your new frequency. This is not forcing or hustling. This is not taking action from desperation or lack. This is inspired action that flows naturally from your elevated state. It's the universe moving through you, not you pushing against the universe. When these three elements align, clear thought, elevated emotion, aligned action, you create what I call a coherent signal. Your mind knows what you want. Your heart feels like you have it. Your body moves as if it's true. You become a unified, powerful broadcaster, and the quantum field has no choice but to respond. It's not magic. It's mechanics. It's how the universe operates at the fundamental level. I experienced this formula in action during one of the most significant manifestations of my life. I had a specific goal that seemed impossible, based on my current circumstances. My logical mind said it couldn't happen, but I decided to apply this formula with complete commitment. First, I got crystal clear on exactly what I wanted. I wrote it down in specific detail. I knew precisely what the end result looked like, felt like, sounded like. Then I practiced generating the elevated emotions of already having it. Every morning and every night, I would close my eyes and feel the gratitude, joy, excitement, and pride of having achieved it. I didn't just think about it. I felt it in my body until my heart was pounding, until tears of gratitude were flowing, until I was physically experiencing the emotions of the accomplished goal. I did this daily, sometimes multiple times a day, until these emotions became familiar, natural, or automatic. And finally, I took aligned action, not desperate action, not forced action, but action that came from the state of being of someone who already had what they desired. I made decisions that person would make. I said no to opportunities that didn't match the new frequency. I said yes to things that aligned with where I was going, not where I had been. I moved through the world differently because I was being someone different. And here's what happened. Within 3 months, the impossible goal manifested, but not in the way I had imagined. The universe delivered something even better through a series of synchronicities, chance meetings, and unexpected opportunities that I couldn't have planned or predicted. I didn't make it happen through force. I allowed it to happen through frequency matching. I became a vibrational match for the reality I desired, and that reality collapsed into my physical experience. This is what I mean by collapsing possibilities into reality. You're not creating something from nothing. You're selecting from infinite possibilities and collapsing the specific one you desire into your experience. And the way you select is through the consistent alignment of thought, emotion, and action. This alignment creates a powerful, coherent frequency that acts like a magnet, drawing the desired reality out of the quantum field and into your physical world. Now, let me talk about something critical: synchronicities. When you're properly aligned, when your thoughts, emotions, and actions are broadcasting the same frequency, synchronicities multiply. You start experiencing what Carl Jung called meaningful coincidences. You think of someone and they call. You need information, and it appears. You require resources and they show up. You face a problem and the solution presents itself. These aren't accidents. These are the universe responding to your coherent signal. Synchronicities are proof that you're on the right frequency. They're evidence that the quantum field is reorganizing itself to match your broadcast. They're confirmation that your manifestation is in motion. Most people experience synchronicities and dismiss them as coincidence or luck, but awakened creators recognize them for what they are: quantum feedback. The universe showing you that it's listening and responding. When synchronicities start appearing, your job is to pay attention and follow them. This is aligned action. A synchronicity presents an opportunity. You take it. You meet someone unexpectedly. You engage. You feel a strong intuitive pull towards something. You move in that direction. These synchronicities are the universe's way of guiding you toward your manifestation. They're breadcrumbs on the path, signs that you're heading in the right direction. But here's where many people sabotage themselves. They experience synchronicities, get excited, but then don't act on them, or worse, they analyze them to death, trying to figure out logically whether they should follow the sign. Synchronicities require trust and immediate action. The window of opportunity is often brief. The person you were meant to meet is only in that place at that time. The opportunity only exists in that moment. When the universe sends you a sign, you move on it. That's aligned action. There's another element to collapsing possibilities that we need to address: detachment. This sounds contradictory after everything I've said about clear intention and emotional alignment, but it's actually the final piece that makes everything work. You have to want it without needing it. You have to desire it without being attached to exactly how or when it appears. You have to hold the frequency without strangling the outcome. Attachment is desperation. It's the energy of, I need this to be happy, or I'm not okay until this happens, or it has to be exactly this way. And desperation is a low frequency. It's rooted in lack. When you're attached to an outcome, you're actually broadcasting that you don't have it, that you're incomplete without it, that you're in a state of need, and the field matches that frequency of need with more experiences of needing. Detachment is trust. It's the energy of, I know this is coming, or I'm already complete, and this is just the cherry on top, or this, or something better. Detachment doesn't mean you don't care. It means you're not desperate. You're not attached to the specific form or timing. You've done your part. You've aligned your thoughts, emotions, and actions. Now you trust the universe to handle the how and when. You've placed your order with the quantum field, and you trust it will be delivered in the perfect way at the perfect time. This is the paradox of manifestation. You have to care enough to generate elevated emotions and take aligned action, but you have to be detached enough to trust the process and not strangle the outcome. You have to be committed without being desperate. You have to be certain without being rigid. This balance is where the magic happens. This is the state of being that allows possibilities to collapse into reality with ease and grace. I'll tell you when I learned this lesson the hard way. I was trying to manifest a specific relationship. I had the clear thought. I knew exactly what I wanted. I generated the elevated emotions. I felt loved, cherished, desired, but I was completely attached to it, happening with one specific person. I needed it to be them. I couldn't imagine it being anyone else. And that attachment, that desperation, that need, it blocked the manifestation completely. When I finally let go, when I shifted from, it has to be this person, to, I want this kind of love with whoever is the perfect match for me, everything changed. Within weeks, I met someone even better than I had imagined. Someone I wouldn't have been open to meeting if I had stayed attached to the specific outcome. The universe had a better plan, but I had to release my death grip on my limited vision to allow it to unfold. This is aligned action in its highest form, taking inspired steps while staying open to unexpected paths. The universe often delivers your manifestations through routes you never considered, in forms you didn't anticipate, with timing you didn't plan. Your job is to hold the frequency and follow the synchronicities, not to micromanage the delivery system. Trust that the quantum field knows the path of least resistance, the perfect timing, the ideal form. Now let's talk about the time lag between collapsing a possibility in the quantum field and seeing it manifest in physical reality. This is where most people lose faith and give up. They align their thoughts, emotions, and actions. They hold the frequency. They follow synchronicities, but they don't see immediate physical results, so they conclude it's not working. They drop the frequency, return to the old state of being, and cancel the manifestation that was already in motion. Here's what's actually happening. The moment you align thought, emotion, and action coherently, you collapse the possibility in the quantum field. It's done at the energetic level. But physical reality has momentum. It has density. It takes time for the energetic shift to materialize in physical form. It's like planting a seed. The moment you plant it, the growth process begins. But you don't see the plant yet. It's working underground, in the invisible, preparing to break through the soil. If you dig up the seed every day to check if it's growing, you destroy the process. If you stop watering it because you don't see results yet, you kill the potential. The same is true with manifestation. Once you've aligned your frequency and collapsed the possibility, you have to maintain that frequency, even when you don't see physical evidence yet. You have to trust the invisible process. You have to water the seed with your continued elevated emotions and aligned actions, even when nothing seems to be happening on the surface. This is where faith becomes practical, not just philosophical. Faith is maintaining your frequency in the gap between the energetic collapse and the physical manifestation. Faith is continuing to be the person who has it, even when your current reality still shows you that you don't. Faith is trusting that the quantum field is reorganizing circumstances in ways you can't see yet, preparing the manifestation that will eventually appear in your physical experience. The formula is simple, but requires commitment, clear thought, know exactly what you want, elevated emotion, feel like you already have it, aligned action, Move as the person who has it. Detachment. Trust the process and timing. Consistency. Maintain this alignment regardless of current evidence. Synchronicities. Notice and follow the signs. Faith. Trust the invisible process during the time lag. When all these elements work together, you become an unstoppable force of creation. You're no longer hoping or wishing or trying. You're actively collapsing quantum possibilities into physical realities through the power of your aligned frequency. You're consciously creating your life instead of unconsciously reacting to it. You're commanding the quantum field instead of being commanded by circumstances. And here's what happens when you master this. Manifestation accelerates. The time lag between intention and manifestation shortens. The synchronicities multiply. The flow increases. Life starts to feel magical, not because you're delusional, but because you're finally operating in alignment with how reality actually works at the quantum level. You're speaking the language the universe understands. You're using the tools you were always meant to use. Every possibility exists right now. The life you dream of is not in some distant future. It exists as a potential in this present moment, waiting for you to collapse it into your reality through the alignment of your thoughts, emotions, and actions. You are the observer that makes the wave become a particle. You are the consciousness that transforms potential into actual. You are the creator that brings the invisible into the visible. This is not theory anymore. This is your reality. This is your power. This is your birthright as a conscious being in a quantum universe. The possibilities are infinite. The choice is yours, and the time is now. What possibility will you collapse into your reality today? What frequency will you hold? What synchronicities will you follow? What aligned actions will you take? The quantum field is listening. It's always listening, and it's responding to your every thought, your every emotion, your every action. You are always manifesting. The question is, are you manifesting by default or by design? Are you collapsing possibilities unconsciously or consciously? Are you creating your reality or just reacting to it? You know the formula now. You understand the mechanics. You have the power. All that remains is the choice to use it. Align your thoughts, emotions, and actions. Hold the frequency. Follow the synchronicities. Trust the process and watch as the quantum possibilities collapse into the physical reality you've been dreaming of. The wave is waiting to become a particle. The possibility is waiting to become reality, and you are the one who makes it happen, not through force, not through struggle, but through the elegant alignment of consciousness with the quantum field. This is creation. This is manifestation. This is your life becoming what you've always known it could be. Collapse your possibilities. Create your reality. Become the conscious creator you were born to be. Chapter 10. The Quantum Time Everything you've learned so far has been preparing you for this moment, the understanding that will shatter your perception of time and open up possibilities you never imagined. Because here's the truth that will change everything. Time, as you experience it, is an illusion. Not in some abstract philosophical way, but in a very real quantum mechanical way. The past, present, and future are not happening in sequence. They're all happening simultaneously, right now, and you have the power to access any point in that timeline and draw from it to create your current reality. I know how this sounds. Your logical mind is probably resisting already, but I can remember my past. I'm experiencing this present moment. The future hasn't happened yet, and in the three-dimensional reality you're used to navigating, that's true. But at the quantum level, the level where creation actually happens, time doesn't exist the way you think it does. It's not a river flowing in one direction. It's more like an ocean where every moment exists simultaneously, and you can dip into any part of it you choose. Einstein proved this with his theory of relativity. Time is relative to the observer. It bends, it stretches, it contracts. Quantum physics took this further, showing that particles can exist in multiple states and multiple times simultaneously. And you're not separate from these quantum principles. You are quantum. Your consciousness exists outside of linear time. And the moment you understand this, you can start using it to accelerate your manifestations and transform your life in ways that seem impossible from a linear time perspective. Think about this. You've been using your past to create your future. Every morning you wake up and remember who you were yesterday, and that memory becomes the blueprint for who you'll be today. You're essentially bringing your past forward into your present, which means you're creating more of the same future based on the same past. This is why people stay stuck in patterns for years or decades. They're not living in the present. They're living in the past and projecting it forward. But what if you could do something radically different? What if instead of bringing your past into your present, you could bring your future into your present? What if instead of being defined by where you've been, you could be defined by where you're going? This isn't fantasy. This is quantum time manipulation, and it's available to you right now. Your future self, the version of you that has already achieved what you desire, exists right now in the quantum field, not as a potential future version, but as an actual reality in a parallel timeline. That version of you is already abundant, already healthy, already successful, already living the life you dream of. And because time is not linear at the quantum level, you can connect with that future version of you right now and begin embodying their frequency, their choices, their state of being. This is more than visualization. This is quantum time travel. You're not imagining a future version of yourself. You're accessing a version that already exists and bringing their energy, wisdom, and frequency into your current moment. You're collapsing the timeline by being now who you will be then. And when you do this consistently, something remarkable happens. Your physical reality begins to reorganize itself to match the timeline you're accessing. Let me tell you about when I first experienced this phenomenon consciously. I was facing a situation that seemed to have no solution. I had exhausted all logical options. Every path forward seemed blocked. I was stuck in my current timeline, seeing only the limitations created by my past. Then I learned about quantum time and decided to try something different. I closed my eyes and imagined myself 6 months in the future, but not just any version of me. The version who had already solved this problem. The version who was on the other side of this challenge, looking back at it as a distant memory. I didn't try to figure out how they solved it. I just connected with their energy, their frequency, their state of being. I felt how it felt to be them, the relief, the confidence, the knowing that it had all worked out. And then I asked that future version of me, what do I need to know? What do I need to do? What do I need to become? And the answers came, not as logical steps or detailed plans, but as intuitive knowing, as shifts in perspective, as clarity about what mattered and what didn't. I started making decisions from that future timeline instead of my current one. I started being the person who had already succeeded instead of the person who was struggling. Within 2 weeks, the situation shifted in ways I couldn't have predicted or planned. Solutions appeared, people showed up, opportunities opened. But here's what was really happening. I wasn't creating a new future. I was accessing a timeline that already existed and aligning myself with it. I was collapsing the distance between my current reality and that future reality by embodying the frequency of the future now. This is how you transcend time, as a limitation. You stop being imprisoned by your past. You stop waiting for your future. You bring your desired future into your present moment by becoming that future version of yourself. Now, you're not trying to get somewhere. You're accessing a place that already exists and allowing your physical reality to catch up with your consciousness. Your past does not have to define you. This is crucial to understand. Most people think their past created who they are and therefore determines who they can become. But from a quantum perspective, the past is just one possible timeline. It happened, yes, but it only has power over your present if you keep energizing it with your attention. If you keep remembering it, replaying it, identifying with it, using it as evidence for what's possible or not possible for you. But you can choose a different relationship with your past. You can see it as something that happened to an earlier version of you, not as something that defines the current version of you. You can cherry-pick the useful lessons and leave the rest behind. You can literally reprogram your memory of past events by changing the meaning you assign to them. What if that failure was actually preparing you for success? What if that heartbreak was actually directing you toward true love? What if that loss was actually making space for abundance? When you change the meaning of your past, you change its influence on your present. You're not denying it happened. You're recontextualizing it, and in doing so, you free yourself from being defined by it. You break the chain of causality that says, because that happened, this must follow. You reclaim your power to create from the present moment instead of being determined by previous moments. And here's where it gets even more interesting. You can access multiple timelines simultaneously. Right now, there's a version of you in a timeline where you made different choices and created different results. There's a timeline where you're financially free, a timeline where you're in perfect health, a timeline where you're in a loving relationship, a timeline where you've achieved your biggest dreams. All of these exist simultaneously in the quantum field, and you can draw wisdom, energy, and frequency from any of them. This is what I call timeline jumping. You're not stuck on one track. You're not sentenced to a single predetermined future based on your past. You have infinite timelines available to you, and you can shift between them by shifting your frequency. Every time you change your thoughts, emotions, and state of being, you're quite literally jumping to a different timeline. A timeline where different possibilities are probable, where different synchronicities appear, where different realities manifest. The version of you that wakes up tomorrow doesn't have to be the same version that went to sleep tonight. You can choose to wake up on a different timeline. You can choose to be a version of you from a future where everything worked out, where the problems are solved, where the dreams are realized. And the way you do this is through your state of being. Your state of being is your timeline selector. Change your state. Change your timeline. This is why maintaining elevated emotions and an abundant state of being is so critical. You're not just feeling good for the sake of feeling good. You're accessing a different timeline. When you're in survival emotions, fear, stress, anger, you're on a timeline of limitation and struggle. When you're in elevated emotions, love, gratitude, joy, you're on a timeline of expansion and possibility. Same moment in physical time, completely different quantum timelines. And here's something that will blow your mind. The future is not set. It's not predetermined. It's probability based on your current frequency. There are infinite possible futures branching out from this moment, and the one you experience is determined by the frequency you're broadcasting. If you maintain your current frequency, you'll follow the most probable timeline based on that frequency. But change your frequency, and you shift to a different probability, a different timeline, a different future. This means you're not waiting for the future to arrive. You're selecting which future arrives. You're not a passive passenger on a train heading toward an inevitable destination. You're the conductor choosing which track to follow at every junction. And those junctions, those choice points, are happening every moment. Every thought is a choice point. Every emotion is a choice point. Every decision is a choice point. You're selecting your timeline continuously, whether you're aware of it or not. Most people select unconsciously. They let their past determine their frequency, which selects a timeline that looks like more of their past. They're caught in a loop, experiencing the same timeline over and over with minor variations, wondering why their life never really changes. But you're becoming conscious now. You're learning to select deliberately. You're understanding that you can access any timeline you want by matching its frequency. I want you to do something right now that will demonstrate this principle. Think about a desired outcome, something you want to manifest. Now, instead of thinking about it as something in your future that you need to work toward, imagine that there's a timeline where it's already happened. Feel that timeline. Connect with the version of you that exists there. What does that version of you know that current you doesn't? How does that version of you feel? What beliefs does that version of you hold? What decisions does that version of you make? Now bring that frequency into this present moment. Be that version of you right now, not as pretending, but as accessing a parallel reality and embodying its frequency. You're not becoming that person eventually. You're being that person now, and allowing your physical reality to align with that timeline. This is timeline jumping in practice. This is how you use quantum time to accelerate manifestation. The gap between where you are and where you want to be is not a matter of time. It's a matter of frequency. You could spend years moving slowly toward your goal on one timeline, or you could jump to a timeline where you're already there by shifting your frequency now. Time is not the obstacle. Your attachment to linear time thinking is the obstacle. Your belief that you have to go through certain steps, pay certain dues, wait certain periods, that's what's keeping you on a slower timeline. But when you understand quantum time, you realize that the shortest distance between where you are and where you want to be is not a straight line through time. It's a frequency shift that collapses the timeline. You don't slowly become the future version of you over years. You become that version now, and time reorganizes itself around your new frequency. What might have taken years on the old timeline can happen in months or weeks or days on the new timeline you've jumped to. This is not magical thinking. This is quantum mechanics applied to your life. You're not breaking the laws of physics. You're understanding them at a deeper level and using them consciously. Every manifestation teacher, every spiritual master, every person who's achieved impossible results, they all understood this principle intuitively. Even if they didn't use quantum language to describe it, they all learned to transcend linear time by accessing future versions of themselves and embodying those frequencies now. Your future self is not waiting for you at some distant point. Your future self exists now on a parallel timeline, and they're calling to you. They're showing you who you can be, what you can have, how you can live. And the distance between you and them is not measured in time. It's measured in frequency. Raise your frequency to match theirs, and you collapse the timeline. You jump from where you are to where they are. Not eventually, immediately, at the quantum level. The physical manifestation follows. So stop thinking of your dreams as somewhere in the future. Start experiencing them as available right now on a different timeline. Stop being the person who's working toward the goal. Start being the person who's already achieved it. Stop measuring progress in linear time. Start measuring alignment in frequency. Are you vibrating at the frequency of the timeline you want to experience? If yes, you're already there at the quantum level. If no, you know what to do. Shift your frequency now. The past is not chasing you. The future is not ahead of you. Everything is happening now, in this eternal present moment, across infinite timelines. And you get to choose which timeline you experience by choosing your frequency. This is your power. This is your freedom. This is how you transcend time as a limitation and use it as a tool for accelerated creation. Time is not linear. You are not bound by it. Your past does not determine your future unless you let it. Your future is not distant unless you place it there. Everything you desire exists right now on a timeline you can access by shifting your state of being. Be that future version of you now. Access that timeline now and watch as your physical reality bends time itself to deliver what already exists in quantum time. You are not in time. Time is in you. You are consciousness experiencing time, not time experiencing consciousness. And consciousness, your consciousness, exists outside of time, with access to all times simultaneously. Use this power. Jump timelines. Access your future. Become who you're meant to be, not eventually, but now. Because in quantum time, now is all there is. And in this now, every version of you exists. Choose the one you want to be and become it. The timeline will follow. Chapter 11. Overcoming the resistance of the old reality. Now we need to talk about something that every person on this journey faces, something that stops most people in their tracks and sends them back to their old patterns. You've learned the principles. You understand the mechanics. You've started shifting your frequency and accessing new timelines. And then something happens that makes you question everything. Nothing seems to be working. Your circumstances haven't changed. Your bank account looks the same. Your body still shows symptoms. Your relationship status is unchanged. The old reality is still stubbornly present, staring you in the face, mocking your attempts at transformation. This is the valley. This is the gap. This is the space between planting and harvest that destroys more dreams than any other phase of manifestation. And if you don't understand what's actually happening here, if you don't know how to navigate this critical period, you'll do what most people do. You'll give up. You'll conclude that this doesn't work, that you're not good enough, that manifestation is just wishful thinking. You'll return to your old frequency, cancel your manifestation, and resign yourself to a life of limitation. But here's what's really happening. The old reality is designed to resist change. It has momentum. It has density. It has been sustained by years or decades of your old frequency. And when you start broadcasting a new frequency, the old reality doesn't disappear instantly. There's a lag time. There's a transition period. There's a space where both realities exist simultaneously. The old one still visible in your physical experience. The new one already created in the quantum field, but not yet materialized. This is the most dangerous time in your transformation, because your physical senses are showing you evidence of the old reality, and your logical mind is saying, "See, nothing's changed. You're wasting your time. Go back to being realistic." And if you listen to that voice, if you let the current evidence override your new frequency, you'll collapse back into the old timeline. You'll energize the old reality with your attention and belief, giving it more power, making it persist even longer. The key to navigating this phase is understanding that what you see in your current reality is old news. It's the materialization of your past frequency. It's evidence of who you used to be, not who you're becoming. Looking at your current circumstances and using them as evidence for what's possible is like looking in the rearview mirror to decide where you're going. It's backwards. Your current reality is the past made visible. Your future reality is already being created by your current frequency, but it hasn't materialized yet. Think of it like this. You're watching a movie on a screen. The images you're seeing were filmed months or years ago. They're not happening now. They're a recording of the past being projected in the present. Your physical reality works the same way. What you're experiencing now was created by your past frequency. It's a time-delayed projection, and if you judge your new frequency by your old projections, you'll never give the new frequency enough time to create new projections. This is where faith becomes absolutely critical. Not blind faith, not hope, but informed faith based on understanding the mechanism. You know that frequency creates reality. You know that there's a time lag between frequency shift and physical manifestation. You know that the quantum field is reorganizing circumstances right now in response to your new frequency, even though you can't see the reorganization yet. You know all of this intellectually. Now you have to trust it experientially, especially when your physical senses are telling you otherwise. I'm going to be brutally honest with you about my own experience in this valley. There was a period where I had been maintaining an elevated frequency, embodying my desired reality, taking aligned action, doing everything right according to the principles. And for weeks, nothing visible changed. In fact, things seemed to get worse. More bills arrived, more obstacles appeared, more problems surfaced, and I started to crack. I started to doubt. I started to think maybe I'm delusional, maybe this is all nonsense, maybe I should just accept reality as it is. I was right at the edge of giving up, right at the point where most people quit, and then something shifted in my understanding. I realized that this intensification of problems wasn't evidence that nothing was working. It was evidence that everything was working. The old reality was making one last push, one final stand before collapsing. It was like a detox reaction. When you cleanse your body, toxins surface before they're released. The same thing happens with reality. The old patterns, the old circumstances, the old limitations. They intensify before they dissolve. I made a decision in that moment that changed everything. I would maintain my new frequency regardless of what the old reality was showing me. I would not let current circumstances determine my internal state. I would be abundant, even when my account was empty. I would be healthy, even when my body showed symptoms. I would be successful, even when obstacles appeared. I would trust the invisible process and ignore the visible evidence, not as denial, but as informed faith in the mechanism I understood. And here's what happened. Within 2 weeks of that decision, everything shifted. Solutions appeared from nowhere. Money flowed in unexpectedly. Opportunities opened that I couldn't have predicted. The problems that seemed insurmountable simply dissolved. But here's the critical thing. None of that would have happened if I had given up during the valley. If I had let the old reality convince me to abandon my new frequency, I would have canceled the manifestation that was already in motion. The old reality tests you. It asks, are you serious about this new frequency? Or will you abandon it the moment things get difficult? Are you committed to your new state of being? Or will you return to the familiar when I show you evidence that nothing's changed? This is not the universe being cruel. This is the natural physics of transformation. The old pattern has momentum. It wants to continue. It will do everything it can to convince you to return to the familiar frequency that sustains it. Your job during this phase is simple, but not easy. Maintain your frequency regardless of circumstances. Keep generating elevated emotions even when your physical reality gives you nothing to feel elevated about. Keep embodying your desired state of being even when your current state contradicts it. Keep taking aligned action even when you see no results yet. Keep trusting the invisible process even when the visible evidence suggests you're wrong. This is the refinement fire. This is where your commitment is tested and proven. This is where you demonstrate whether you're truly ready to step into a new reality or whether you're just playing with ideas. Most people fail this test. They maintain the new frequency for a few days or weeks, see no visible change, and return to the old frequency. And then they wonder why manifestation doesn't work for them. It's not that it doesn't work, it's that they didn't work it long enough. Here's a critical understanding. The quantum field needs consistency to manifest. If you're broadcasting abundance on Monday but lack on Tuesday, health on Wednesday but disease on Thursday, you're creating interference. You're canceling your own manifestations. The field is trying to deliver what you're asking for, but you keep changing your order. You keep switching frequencies before the previous order can be fulfilled. Imagine ordering food at a restaurant, but every 5 minutes you call back and change your order. Nothing would ever arrive because the kitchen couldn't complete anything before you changed it. The quantum field works the same way. It starts organizing circumstances to match your frequency, but if you keep switching frequencies, it has to keep reorganizing. Nothing solidifies, nothing manifests. You stay in perpetual potential without ever experiencing actualization. Consistency during the valley is everything. You have to hold the new frequency longer than your doubts, longer than your circumstances, longer than your conditioning, longer than your logical mind's protests. You have to be more committed to your desired reality than you are attached to your current reality. You have to value your future state of being more than you value your familiar state of suffering. And here's something that will help you maintain consistency. Stop checking for evidence. Seriously, stop looking at your bank account on 5 times a day to see if money appeared. Stop examining your body constantly to see if symptoms changed. Stop analyzing your circumstances to determine if it's working. Every time you check for evidence, you're dropping back into the frequency of lack, into the frequency of, I don't have it yet. And that frequency delays the manifestation. Instead, assume it's done. Assume the quantum field received your order. Assume circumstances are being reorganized. Assume the manifestation is in motion. And then just live from that assumption. Make decisions from that assumption. Feel emotions from that assumption. Take actions from that assumption. Stop checking if it's true. Just be as if it's true. Because at the quantum level, it is true. It's already collapsed. It's just making its way through the density of physical reality to reach you. This is what I call living in the Sabbath, a concept I learned that transformed my manifestation ability. After creation, there's rest. After you've done the inner work of aligning your frequency, you rest in the knowing that it's done. You don't keep trying to make it happen. You don't keep forcing or pushing or checking. You simply be in the state of having it and allow the physical reality to catch up. This rest, this trust, this certainty, that's what allows manifestation to solidify. But when you're constantly checking, constantly doubting, constantly trying to figure out how it's going to happen, you're not resting. You're interfering. You're like someone who plants a seed and then digs it up every day to see if it's growing. The constant interference prevents the natural unfolding. The lack of trust delays the harvest. The need for evidence reinforces the frequency of not having evidence. Let me give you practical guidance for navigating the valley when doubts arise, and they will. Acknowledge them without energizing them. There's a doubt. There's the old conditioning trying to pull me back. There's my logical mind protesting. But don't engage with the doubt. Don't argue with it. Don't try to convince yourself it's wrong. Just notice it and return to your elevated frequency. This is like clouds passing through the sky. The sky doesn't fight the clouds. It just allows them to pass while remaining clear and open. When evidence of the old reality appears, and it will, see it for what it is, the past made visible. It's not a statement about your future. It's not proof that nothing's changing. It's simply the momentum of the old frequency still playing out, like a movie reel that's still projecting, even though you've switched the channel. The new program is already queued up. You just have to wait for the old one to finish playing through. When people doubt you or criticize your transformation, and they will understand that they're responding to the old you because that's who they know. They haven't seen the new you yet, because the new you is still solidifying in the quantum field. Don't let their perception of who you were override your frequency of who you're becoming. Their doubt is based on the past. Your certainty is creating the future. Trust your frequency over their observation when you're tempted to give up, and you will be. Remember this moment. Remember that you're in the valley. Remember that this is exactly where most people quit, right before the breakthrough. Remember that the darkest hour is just before dawn. Remember that the old reality's resistance is not evidence that the new reality isn't coming. It's evidence that it is coming, and the old reality is making its last stand before collapsing. The gap between planting and harvest is not a problem to solve. It's a space to trust. It's a time to prove your commitment. It's an opportunity to demonstrate faith. And every moment you maintain your frequency in the gap, you're strengthening the manifestation. You're adding certainty to it. You're collapsing the timeline. You're accelerating the delivery. This is not about positive thinking. This is not about ignoring reality. This is about understanding which reality is the real one. The old reality that's dissolving, or the new reality that's emerging, and then choosing to align with the emerging reality rather than cling to the dissolving one. It's about being smart enough to know that what you see with your physical eyes is not the whole truth. There's an invisible reality being orchestrated right now in response to your frequency. And that invisible reality is more real than the visible one because it's the cause, not the effect. Your new reality is coming. It's already on its way. It was set in motion the moment you shifted your frequency. The quantum field is responding. Circumstances are reorganizing. People are being moved into position. Resources are being allocated. Opportunities are being prepared. Synchronicities are being arranged. All of this is happening right now in the invisible, preparing to break through into the visible. But you have to hold the frequency. You have to maintain the state of being. You have to keep embodying the person who already has it. You have to trust the gap. You have to endure the valley. You have to resist the resistance of the old reality, not through force but through faith, not through effort, but through consistency, not through hope, but through knowing. The old reality is testing you one last time. Will you abandon your new frequency when it doesn't immediately reflect in your circumstances? Will you return to the familiar when the unfamiliar hasn't materialized yet? Will you give up in the valley? Or will you hold your ground, maintain your frequency, and trust the process until the breakthrough? Most people quit here. You won't, because you understand what's actually happening. You know the mechanism. You trust the process. You're committed to the frequency, and you're willing to maintain it regardless of what the old reality shows you. Because you know that the old reality is not the truth. Your new frequency is the truth, and truth always prevails. Always. It's just a matter of time and consistency. Hold your frequency. Trust the gap. Ignore the old reality. Embody the new one. and prepare for the breakthrough that's coming. Because it is coming. The quantum field never fails. The mechanism never breaks. The only variable is you, and you're going to hold steady. You're going to maintain consistency. You're going to trust what you can't yet see, and you're going to be there when the harvest comes. The valley is temporary. The breakthrough is inevitable. Your job is simply to not quit between planting and harvest. That's it. That's the entire test. Can you hold your frequency when nothing visible supports it? Can you trust the invisible when the visible contradicts it? Can you be certain of the future when the present denies it? Yes, you can, and you will, because now you understand what's really happening in the valley. It's not failure. It's incubation. It's not evidence that nothing's working. It's evidence that everything is working exactly as it should. The old reality's resistance is not your enemy. It's your confirmation. It means your new reality is close. So close. Just on the other side of your consistent frequency. Don't quit now. Don't abandon your frequency now. Don't return to the old reality now. You're too close. The breakthrough is coming, and when it does, you'll understand why the valley was necessary, why the waiting was purposeful, why the resistance was actually preparing you for the reception of what you've been creating. Hold steady. Trust deeply. Keep being the version of you that already has it, and get ready, because your new reality is about to break through. Chapter 12. The Awakened Creator. You are not the same person who began this journey. Something fundamental has shifted within you. You've moved from unconscious reaction to conscious creation. You've awakened to a truth that most people never discover. You are not a victim of reality. You are the architect of it. You are not at the mercy of circumstances. You are the frequency that creates circumstances. You are not powerless. You have been wielding immense power your entire life. You just didn't know you were doing it. This awareness changes everything. Once you see that you've been creating your reality all along, through your thoughts, emotions, and state of being, you can never unsee it. Once you understand that the quantum field responds to your frequency with mathematical precision, you can never go back to believing you're helpless. Once you experience manifestation through conscious frequency alignment, you can never return to the old story of limitation and lack. You are awake now, and there's no going back to sleep. But being awake comes with profound responsibility. You can no longer blame your circumstances on bad luck, other people, the economy, your past, or the universe. You have to own that your reality is a perfect mirror of your frequency. When your life is struggling, you created that frequency. When your life is flowing, you created that frequency too. This ownership might feel heavy at first, but it's actually the most liberating truth you'll ever encounter. Because if you created it, you can change it. If your frequency shapes your reality, you can shape your frequency. The awakened creator lives in a completely different paradigm than the unconscious victim. The victim asks, "Why is this happening to me?" The creator asks, "What frequency am I broadcasting that's attracting this?" The victim complains about their circumstances. The creator recognizes their circumstances as feedback about their frequency and adjusts accordingly. The victim waits for conditions to improve before they can feel better. The creator generates elevated emotions first, knowing that conditions will follow frequency. Living as an awakened creator means you take full responsibility for everything in your experience, not as blame or shame, but as power. Every relationship is showing you something about your frequency. Every financial situation is reflecting your abundance or scarcity consciousness. Every health condition is feedback about your body's state of being. Every obstacle is revealing a limiting belief. Every synchronicity is confirming your alignment. Everything is information. Everything is guidance. Everything is showing you exactly where your frequency is and what it's creating. This level of awareness transforms how you move through life. You stop being reactive and become responsive. You stop being a victim and become a creator. You stop waiting for life to happen to you and start consciously directing what happens through you. You become the conscious observer who collapses possibilities into the reality you desire, rather than the unconscious observer who collapses whatever matches your habitual frequency. But let me be clear about something important. Being an awakened creator doesn't mean you'll never face challenges. It doesn't mean life becomes perfect and easy. It doesn't mean you'll never experience difficult emotions or own unwanted circumstances. What it means is that you'll relate to these experiences completely differently. Instead of being destroyed by challenges, you'll use them to refine your frequency. Instead of being victims of emotions, you'll see them as guidance. Instead of cursing circumstances, you'll see them as course corrections. The awakened creator understands that contrast is necessary for clarity. You can't know what you want without experiencing what you don't want. You can't appreciate light without darkness. You can't value health without illness. You can't recognize abundance without scarcity. Every unwanted experience is actually serving you by clarifying your desires and strengthening your manifestation muscles. The question is not whether you'll face contrast. You will. The question is whether you'll use it consciously or be used by it unconsciously. I've reached a point in my own journey where I welcome contrast because I know what it means. When something unwanted appears, I don't spiral into victimhood anymore. I don't waste energy complaining or resisting. I immediately ask, what is this showing me about my frequency? What belief is being reflected here? What am I being called to shift? And then I shift it. I use the contrast as a springboard to an even higher frequency. I let the unwanted clarify my wanted. I let the problem reveal the solution. I let the darkness show me where to shine more light. This is mastery, not avoiding challenges, but transforming your relationship with them, not never falling out of alignment, but catching yourself faster and realigning quicker, not maintaining perfect frequency every moment, but consistently returning to elevated states when you notice you've dropped. The awakened creator is not perfect. They're conscious, they're aware, they're responsive, they're committed to the frequency above all else. And here's what happens as you live more consistently as an awakened creator. Manifestation accelerates. The time between intention and manifestation shortens. Synchronicities multiply. Flow becomes your natural state. What used to take years happens in months. What used to take months happens in weeks. What used to require tremendous effort flows with ease, not because the universe suddenly favors you, but because you've finally learned to work with the quantum field instead of against it. You'll notice that opportunities appear before you even consciously think about wanting them. Resources show up exactly when needed. The right people enter your life at the perfect time. Solutions present themselves before problems fully form. This is what happens when you maintain an elevated frequency consistently. The quantum field starts working ahead of your conscious desires because your state of being is broadcasting clear, coherent signals about who you are and what matches your frequency. Life becomes a dance between you and the field. You broadcast a frequency, the field responds with matching experiences. You notice the feedback, you adjust your frequency, the field responds to the adjustment. Back and forth, continuously refining, continuously co-creating, continuously evolving. This is conscious creation in action. This is living as an awakened creator. This is what you are always meant to experience. But with this power comes a crucial understanding. You are responsible not just for yourself, but for the frequency you contribute to the collective. Every elevated emotion you generate ripples out into the quantum field, affecting others. Every time you maintain abundance consciousness, you make abundance more accessible for others. Every time you embody health, you strengthen the morphic field of wellness. Every time you radiate love, you make love more available in the world. You are not isolated. Your frequency matters beyond your personal reality. This is why awakened creators have such an impact, not because they're preaching or teaching or forcing their beliefs on others, but because their frequency is contagious. When you walk into a room in an elevated state, people feel it. When you maintain abundance consciousness, people around you start experiencing more abundance. When you embody love, people in your presence feel more loved. You become a living transmission tower, broadcasting frequencies that uplift not just your own reality, but collective reality. And this is ultimately what this journey is about. Not just creating the life you desire, but elevating your consciousness to the point where your very existence serves the evolution of all consciousness. You're not just manifesting abundance for yourself. You're making abundance more real for everyone. You're not just healing your own body. You're strengthening the field of health for all bodies. You're not just creating your personal reality. You're participating in the creation of collective reality. The awakened creator understands that there is no separation. What you do for yourself, you do for all. What you heal in yourself, you heal in the collective. What you elevate in your consciousness, you elevate in universal consciousness. You are a fractal of the whole. You are the universe experiencing itself as you. And as you awaken to your creative power, you awaken the creative power in all. This is the true quantum code. We are all connected at the deepest level, all broadcasting into the same field, all creating reality together. But most are doing it unconsciously, creating by default, perpetuating patterns of limitation. The awakened creator breaks those patterns. They choose consciously. They broadcast intentionally. They create deliberately. And in doing so, they show others what's possible. They prove that reality is malleable. They demonstrate that consciousness shapes experience. You are becoming a way shower, not by telling others what to do, but by being an example of what's possible. Not by convincing anyone of anything, but by living a life that makes others curious. Not by preaching transformation, but by embodying it so completely that your presence alone awakens possibility in others. This is your calling now. This is your responsibility now. This is your opportunity now. And it starts with commitment. Commitment to maintaining your frequency regardless of circumstances. Commitment to returning to elevated emotions when you notice you've dropped. Commitment to embodying your desired reality even when the physical hasn't caught up yet. Commitment to being the change before you see the change. Commitment to conscious creation rather than unconscious reaction. This commitment is tested daily. Every time you face contrast, every time old patterns tempt you, every time circumstances seem to contradict your frequency, every time doubt whispers in your ear, every time fear tries to reclaim you. These are not obstacles. They're opportunities to demonstrate your commitment. They're invitations to choose consciousness over conditioning. They're moments to prove you've truly awakened. I won't lie to you. This path requires dedication. It's easier to be unconscious. It's more comfortable to be a victim. It's less demanding to blame circumstances than to own your frequency. But easier and more comfortable don't lead to the life you desire. They lead to more of what you've already experienced. The awakened creator path requires more of you, but it also gives you everything you've ever wanted and more than you've ever imagined. As you continue this journey, you'll discover depths of power you didn't know you possessed. You'll experience synchronicities that defy logical explanation. You'll manifest outcomes that once seemed impossible. You'll transcend limitations you thought were permanent. You'll access timelines you didn't know existed. You'll become someone you hardly recognize in the best possible way. Because you're finally becoming who you've always been at the deepest level. A conscious creator, a quantum being, a frequency in form. The quantum code has been revealed to you. The mechanics have been explained. The practices have been shared. The understanding has been transmitted. Now it's all about application. It's about living these principles, not just knowing them. It's about being this frequency, not just thinking about it. It's about embodying this consciousness, not just agreeing with it intellectually. Every morning is a new opportunity to broadcast your desired frequency. Every challenge is a new opportunity to practice consciousness. Every interaction is a new opportunity to radiate your elevated state. Every moment is a new opportunity to create rather than react. This is your life now. A continuous conscious creation, a perpetual quantum dance, an eternal evolution of consciousness. And here's the most beautiful part. It never ends. There's no final destination where you arrive and stop growing. There's no ultimate achievement where you stop evolving. There's no ceiling to how elevated your frequency can become, how powerful your manifestations can be, how magical your life can feel. You're on an infinite journey of expansion. Every level you reach opens up new levels. Every manifestation leads to bigger dreams. Every awakening reveals deeper truth. You've begun to distort reality in your favor, not through manipulation, but through understanding and working with the quantum principles that govern existence. You've learned to collapse possibilities into the reality you desire. You've discovered that you are not bound by circumstance, limited by past, or sentenced to a predetermined future. You are the conscious creator of your experience, the architect of your reality, the frequency that shapes your world. This is not the end of your journey. This is the beginning of your true life, your conscious life, your created life, your quantum life. Everything before this was preparation. Everything before this was unconscious practice. But now you're awake. Now you're aware. Now you're choosing, and that changes everything. So here's my final message to you. Step fully into this power. Don't hold back. Don't play small. Don't doubt what you now know to be true. You are a quantum being living in a quantum universe, with access to infinite possibilities and the power to collapse any of them into your reality. Use this power. Trust this power. Embody this power, not for selfish gain, but for the elevation of all consciousness through your individual evolution. Create boldly. Dream bigger than you ever have. Embody frequencies you've never sustained before. Access timelines you've never considered. Become versions of yourself you've never imagined. The quantum field is waiting for your command. Your future self is calling you forward. Your highest potential is ready to be realized. All that's required is your commitment to the frequency, your trust in the process, and your willingness to be the awakened creator you've discovered yourself to be. The quantum code is now yours. The power is activated. The understanding is integrated. The only question remaining is, what will you create? What reality will you collapse into existence? What frequency will you broadcast into the world? What version of yourself will you embody? What timeline will you access? What life will you consciously design? The answer to these questions is being written right now through every thought you think, every emotion you generate, every choice you make, every action you take, every state of being you embody. You are creating your reality in this very moment. Not tomorrow, not someday, right now. And you're doing it consciously, which means you're doing it powerfully. Welcome to your new existence. Welcome to conscious creation. Welcome to quantum manifestation. Welcome to the awakened life. This is who you've always been. You've just finally remembered. And now that you remember, everything is possible. Everything is available. Everything is yours to create. The universe is listening. The quantum field is responding. Your future is forming. And you, the awakened creator, are the one making it all happen. Not through force, but through frequency. Not through struggle, but through state of being. Not through chance, but through choice. Choose wisely. Choose consciously. Choose powerfully. And watch as reality itself bends to match your frequency. This is your birthright. This is your power. This is your life. Create it magnificently.